The story starts with the main lead holding a sword on the shoulder of Ianfried Dan Hellsdante, the Emperor of Hellsdante. He shouted, "How dare you! You may also be a Hellsdante, but that won't help you escape the curse." Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of the Hellsdante Empire, said, "I would expect no less. I can end Ianfried's life before he gets here. I don't mind being cursed if I can end your life once and for all." Ianfried shouts, "Huh. Is this your final ploy to get his attention?" She is surprised. "What?" He continues, "What makes you think he'll mourn your death? That would happen only in your dreams, little sister. What makes you think he'll forgive the wife that came from the empire, that dragged his country into ruins?" She thinks internally, "You need to focus, carnephelia. You can't let this bastard get to you." She continues, "I know I'll die if I kill you. The curse will prevent me from being reincarnated into my next life. No one will remember that I existed. But what about it?" She cracks the sword on his chest and says, "Who cares about the damned curse? Strike the killing blow. I've heard enough of his conniving lies." She slashes the sword, her hands trembling. "The Hellsdante Empire will fall today. We're paying the price for taking advantage of the blessing our God bestowed upon us." She steps forward and kicks him, cheered, until the very end. "My sibling and I were destined to be enemies. I don't have much time left. I can feel the curse pulsing through my veins. It will soon reach my heart. The shouts of the rebellion are getting closer. But it's still quiet here on the final day of the Empire. He should arrive any minute now. Would things have been different if I had killed Ianfried earlier? If I had been stronger? If I had more power? Would I have been able to protect you?" "Is it you?" She says, "Now, I'm the only Hellsdante left. It's all over. You may have wanted to have your own revenge. I'm sorry I took it away from you. I don't have much time, so please hear me out. I hope you find happiness. I was the cause of your misery, so I truly wish you can finally be happy. This is enough. I'm sorry. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I love him." Helis. How strange. I feel like I'm in someone's arms. This warmth, this scent. No, it can't be. I thought I felt something warm brush against my cheek. But it quickly faded away. It's finally over. How did it come to this? All I wanted was to see your smile again. "You look like Prince Charming when you smile." A boy asked, "Do you want the boy?" She replies, "I do. How long has it been?" "Wait, is this a blanket?" A lady was asking, "Are you awake, Your Highness?" She said, "It's me, your nanny." She thinks internally, "My nanny?" Nanny ran for her life while leaving me behind. How is she here now? She looked at her hands. She threw the blanket, and the lady shouted, "Wait, Your Highness." She ran, grabbed the mirror, and looked at herself in it. "I'm a child. So tiny." The lady asked, "Did you have a nightmare, Your Highness?" Her eyes widened. "A white room, and familiar furniture." "Yes, it must be. I came back in time as a child." The Hellsdante Empire, ruled by a family blessed by God. "Those who murder the Hellsdante shall be forever cursed." That slogan has been passed down since the Hellsdante Empire was first founded. It was a warning to those who dreamed of rebelling against the royal family. This so-called blessing of God helped the Hellsdante family stay in power. Carnephelia Hellsdante, the second princess of the Hellsdante Empire. The Hellsdante trademark is hair like spun gold. Yet, the second princess was born with hair as dark as night. And that princess is yours truly. A servant said, "Your Majesty, Her Highness was born with raven hair." Raven hair is considered unlucky in the Hellsdante Empire. The emperor said, "She has the same hair color as her mother. I have the perfect name for my daughter, and that's how my father named me after a poisonous flower, carnephelia, the damned princess. That was how the others called me. But while everyone went out of their way to avoid me, there was one person who dared to approach me. Your Highness, why are you here all by yourself? I've been looking all over for you. My nanny." Nanny's eyes filled with tears, and she said, "I'm so glad. You finally recognize me, Your Highness. I was so worried." I snatched her hand. Nanny was shocked. "Your Highness," I said. "Nanny, my throat hurts." Nanny chuckled and said, "Oh, What was I thinking? Let me go get something to drink, Your Highness. I'll be right back. I said, sure. Then I grit my teeth and covered my nose. I clenched my dress. What the hell is this? I'm sure I was cursed after I killed Ian Fried with my own 2 hands. I looked at myself. Bony legs. I'm tiny. And frail, too. Let's think things over. I feel pain, so this can't be a dream. It's the curse. Curse? Yes, curse. The curse. Is this how the curse works? This is worse than I thought. If this is the curse of Hell's Dante, I'll gladly endure it. Nanny came back. Oh, Your Highness, she chuckled. Sure you don't need to lie down? The medicine must be working. You won't believe the number of people who sent you medicine to wish you a speedy recovery. I chuckled. Is that so? Nanny said. I feel energized just by looking at your beautiful smile, Your Highness. Here. I brought you some water. I noticed. It's so cold. I asked Nanny. What day is it today? Nanny chuckled. What? Oh, you were in bed for over a week. It's only natural that you lost track of time. Don't worry. You didn't sleep through your birthday. We need you fully recovered so you can enjoy the birthday festivities. In my previous life, how did I answer her? I remember. I smiled back, thinking she was genuinely looking out for me. Nanny chuckled. Now. Please drink your water. It breaks my heart to hear your raspy voice. She makes me want to throw up. She probably mixed poison in this water. Did she think I'd never find out? Nanny, you weakened my mind and body and played me like a puppet. I won't be fooled by you again. I said, Nanny, I think my throat will hurt even more if I drink this. Nanny was surprised. Excuse me, I said. Why don't you drink it, Nanny? Nanny looked surprised, then chuckled, of course, Your Highness. She drank the water and gladly said, Oh, that was so refreshing, she chuckled. My apologies, Your Highness. I drank the entire glass. I said, it's fine. You looked thirstier than I did. Nanny said, You're too kind, Your Highness. She continued, Oh, silly me. Look at the time. I'll go prepare your meal. Please ring if you need anything, Your Highness. I said I will. Nanny opened the door and left. I finally relaxed. Nanny, thinking to herself, said, Thank goodness I didn't mix poison into her water today. I could have ended up poisoning myself. Anyways, that twat isn't her usual self today. It almost sounded like she knew I've been poisoning her. 5 days had passed since I woke up and found myself as a child. I focused on getting my health back on track. I'm tired of being feeble all the time. Try this too, Nanny. Nanny said, of course. Nanny took a bite and said, Yum. I don't know who made it, but this dish is absolutely delicious. Now, please have a bite, Your Highness. Carnephelia said, All right. It's delicious, she exclaimed. But she thought, what is this? The food is so bland. Nanny asked, Is it to your liking? I'll prepare something even more scrumptious when you've fully recovered. Carnephelia thought, well, she won't be poisoning the food for the time being. She poisoned me until I fell sick, then stopped until I recovered. Then she would start feeding me poison again. It was a vicious cycle. This was all for the twisted pleasure of the person who hired Nanny to poison me. Nanny gleamed. Would you like to read a book when you're done with your meal, Your Highness? Carnephelia said, I want to express my gratitude. Nanny looked confused. Express your gratitude? To who? Carnephelia replied, I'd like to express my gratitude to those who sent me medicine. Nanny's eyes widened and she shouted, Oh well. Carnephelia continued, They also sent the ingredients for this delicious meal, did they not? She thought she must be flustered, as it was all a lie. Nanny hugged her and said, But Your Highness, you're still not fully recovered. I'm worried that you'll fall ill again if you venture outside. She chuckled. You're right, Nanny. Yes, I'll go thank everyone on your behalf. I'd like to pay a visit to just one person today. Nanny, shocked, responded. Excuse me, Carnephelia exclaimed. I can bathe on my own. I'm sure you'll be busy clearing the table. She went to the bathroom, opened the tap, looked at herself in the water, and entered the bathtub. It's freezing. The water's as cold as ice. She started shivering. This is nothing. I must endure this. People murmured. That hair. Is she that princess? Why is she wearing that awful dress? How did she find her way into the emperor's palace? Shh, keep quiet. Don't meet her eyes. Why? She. Did you hear the rumors? That unlucky carnephelia reached back. Nanny said, Your Highness. It's not too late to turn back, she said, but we're already here. Nanny gave a questioning expression. Carnephelia said, We've arrived at His Majesty's office. No one enters His Majesty's office without a prior appointment, Your Highness, said the Grand Chamberlain of the Royal Palace. Carnephelia thought internally, How pitiless of you. It's my very first visit to my father, he said. Well then, please wait here. Nanny said, Your Highness, I think we should head back. We don't want to anger His Majesty. We should leave before he becomes furious with us. Carnephelia said, Don't worry, Nanny. I know you'll protect me from His Majesty's wrath. She snatched her hand. Nanny said nervously, Of course, I'll do my best to protect you. Carnephelia thought, Stop lying through your teeth. Nanny grit her teeth and said, Your Highness. He came back and said, Ahem. His Majesty will be seeing you now, Your Highness, she asked. Is that so? I'll see you later, Nanny. Nanny said, Don't what? You want me to come with you? Carnephelia smiled and said, I don't want you getting scolded on my behalf. It's best if I go in alone. The door creaked open. Here we are at last. Much sooner this time. Curade Alpen Hellsdante, the Emperor of Hellsdante. Second Princess, it's been a while. My father, the man who doomed me for life. Carnephelia said, Greetings to the son of our empire. Carnephelia Hellsdante at your service, Your Majesty. Curade Alpen asked, What brings you here? She said, I'm here to inform you that someone's been putting poison into my food and drink. To hear this, all were surprised. Was it under your orders, Your Majesty? Curade Alpen was confused and said, And what if it was? Carnephelia said, Thank you for letting me know. I'll be taking my leave now, Your Majesty, he said. Wait. You didn't answer my question, he smirked and said. Take a seat, she sits, her hands trembling. And she was thinking, I can't afford to make any mistakes. Stay focused. The Chamberlain went near the Majesty and offered Carnephelia a cup of tea. She thought, What if I'm the one feeding you poison? Curade Alpen said, Will you let yourself be poisoned to death? She thought, He's not being subtle about it. I'm sure he finds it interesting that the daughter he tossed aside came to pay him a visit. Good. Continue to show interest in me. I want you to be invested in my well-being. Look at me and notice that I'm alive and kicking. She smiled and said, You have the world at your feet, Your Majesty. And that's why, if you wish me dead, I'll do what it takes to make it happen. The Chamberlain thought, How? How could a young girl speak like that without batting an eye? Curade Alpen thought, The poison has made her frail and her complexion quite pale. How can she be so sassy when she looks like she could faint at any given minute? She's quite something. Carnephelia thought internally, Don't be scared. Stay calm. Curade Alpen said, You'll do what it takes to make it happen. If I ordered you to end your own life right now, would you do as I say? She was looking at him with a smile on her face. Curade Alpen got confused. He stood up and shouted, What is the meaning of this? The Chamberlain shouted, Your Majesty? He thought, Did she bite her own tongue? Curade Alpen said, Carnephelia said, If I may, Your Highness. You dare to play mind games with me, she said. My apologies, Your Majesty. Curade Alpen thought internally, She's as cunning as a fox. She treads the line, but doesn't step over it. Let me make myself clear. I didn't order anyone to poison you. He continued, Now then, tell me. Do you want me to punish the person who made the order? She smiled. I was waiting for him to say that. She said, No. What I want is much more grandiose than that. He was confused and said, What? She smiled. I want to be given a chance, Your Majesty. I don't remember what happened next. Nanny wouldn't stop fussing over me. Oh, the look on her face when the head chamberlain said he'd be visiting shortly. Nanny came to her. Your Highness, she said. Nanny, don't wake me up until tomorrow morning. Nanny grit her teeth with anger and said softly, Yes, Your Highness. Please get some rest. I want to be given a chance, Your Majesty. Curade Alpen thought, Carnephelia. She does the name justice. He said, Did you say she has no other servants besides her nanny? The chamberlain said. Yes, your majesty. And the nanny is… He interrupted him. That's enough. He waved his hand and said, she was poisoned, but it's not life-threatening. It's clear who gave the order, so there's no need for an investigation. The chamberlain said, yes, your majesty. Alpin thought internally, I thought she'd ask me to spare her life, not ask for a chance to compete for the throne. Giving birth to carnephelia was the only thing that wench did right. She was dreaming. There was nobody around her. She was alone. Suddenly, she saw a face. There you are, carnephelia. Then she woke up. She thought, I woke up drenched in sweat, all because of a mere nightmare. She squeezed her hand. My body is too weak for my own good. After I went to see the emperor, Nanny continued to press for details throughout the week. But I was too drained to give her a proper answer. Nanny asked, what did you discuss with His Majesty? Carnephelia thought, I do feel better after sleeping and eating properly. And I'm getting adjusted to this young body of mine. She walked toward the window, opened it, and stepped outside onto the balcony. It's so cold. I came to the past with the memories of the future intact. She raised her hand toward the sky. But one thing hasn't changed. I'm still alone, for now anyways. I need to find people who will offer loyalty and trust. And this time around, I'll make sure my curse doesn't affect you in any way, Princess. Your Highness. Nanny burst through the door and shouted, wake up, Your Highness. She woke up, rubbing her eyes and said, Nanny? It's so early. Nanny replied, well, the thing is. The chamberlain entered and said, greetings to the second princess of the empire. She said, oh, the Grand Chamberlain is here. She smiled and said, come on in. What brings you here? She asked. The man thought, they say the princess went to see His Majesty of her own volition. There must be more to her than meets the eye. Carnephelia said, I finally have guests visiting my quarters. They seemed confused. The chamberlain said, they'll be assisting you from now on, Your Highness. Nanny, surprised, said, what is the meaning of this dash? Carnephelia responded, I'm fine as I am. Nanny has been taking such good care of me. You'll never leave me. Am I right, Nanny? Nanny replied, oh, of course. Carnephelia continued, after all, you've been making all the decisions on my behalf. Who to keep and who to let go, it was all you're doing, Nanny, shocked, said. When did I ever do that? She said, it's all a misunderstanding, Grand Chamberlain. Her Highness gets things mixed up from time to time. You may have noticed earlier, but it took a while to arouse her from her sleep. Nanny looked confused and thought, why are they staring at me like that? The chamberlain said, these people, more so than your nanny, will do their utmost to cater to your every need. And they will pledge loyalty to Her Highness as they should. We'll nurse you back to health, Your Highness. His Majesty also wanted me to relay a message, Your Highness. We'd like a moment of privacy. You may all take your leave. Nanny said, Both servants said, as you wish, sir. Carnephelia asked, did father send his answer to my request? He answered, he did, Your Highness, and handed her an envelope. She opened it. I see. He did give me a chance, but it didn't come for free. I guess I'll have to work harder to prove myself worthy. The chamberlain said, if I may have a word, Your Highness. I think it'd be best if you laid low for now, Your Highness. Poison was mere child's play. From now on, everyone in the palace will be watching your every move. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if there was an assassination attempt in the near future, she asked, but what of it? The chamberlain said, be mindful of the second prince. You must lay low and bide your time. That's more than one word. My apologies, she said. Haha, I know you're looking out for me, Grand Chamberlain. And I know it would be safer for me to lay low, but I don't think I can do that. The chamberlain asked, excuse me. She replied, why do you think His Majesty sent this to me? I hereby acknowledge that Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante, is now in line to the throne. It seems father wants me to survive, by fighting tooth and nail against those who tried to do me wrong. The Grand Chamberlain served under the emperor for years. He was a living witness to the various evils conducted by the emperor, so he was sure his advice would help save the second princess's life. However, the second princess, only 8 years of age, merely smiled at him after hearing him out. It was as if she had the future all mapped out in front of her. The Chamberlain thought, how can she be so sure of herself? She said, you never know what life will throw at you, so you should do whatever you can before death comes knocking on your door. The Chamberlain thought, I was advising her to stay in Einfried's graces for the meanwhile. Is she really going to throw this opportunity away? She smiled and said, I don't plan on laying low, unfortunately. The Chamberlain said, there will be consequences. She said, is that so? I can't lay any lower than this. Also, I threw down the gauntlet when I asked for a chance to succeed the throne. The Grand Chamberlain served Emperor Karaid for years. You need to throw down the gauntlet if you wish to succeed the throne. And that's why, she said the exact same thing as His Majesty. He never forgot the moment he realized the princess and her father were cut from the same cloth. She may be a half-blood princess, but she's of royal blood, nonetheless. She smirked and said, Grand Chamberlain, my birthday is coming up. The Chamberlain said, yes, Your Highness. Do you have something in mind for the festivities? She thought, what I have in mind, she said, I want a grand ceremony. There's much for me to celebrate this year. The Chamberlain thought, does she wish to celebrate becoming an official member of the royal family? He said, I'll relay your message to His Majesty. She said, very well. You may leave now. The door burst open. Your Highness, she asked, what is it, Nanny? Nanny asked, what did you discuss with the Grand Chamberlain? She thought, I thought she would at least bring me a glass of water. She said, Nanny. Nanny said, yes, Your Highness. She said, you're the only one I trust. You know that, right? Nanny said, of course I do, Your Highness. She said, I'm sick of living in the shadows, Nanny. Nanny said, Your Highness, there's nothing here. She said, yet, Father included me in the line of succession. Nanny asked, pardon me? She said, he told me I could fight for it. Isn't it wonderful? Now then. Go on now. Go relay the news to your real owner. This is only the beginning. Greetings to the second princess of Hellsdante. 5 maids, 6 servants. Where's the knight? This isn't what I expected from the Grand Chamberlain. Would have thought he'd throw in a knight as a warning. They're well-trained and polite, but none of them seem to be fully loyal to me. She smiled and said, you're here in my palace. Does this mean I have your absolute loyalty? A servant said, yes, Your Highness. We pledge to serve you the best we possibly can. She asked, really? Let's see, 2 of you were sent from the Empress's palace. The 3 at the back are from the second prince. The other 2 are from the third princess's palace. You 2 are new, am I correct? And the remaining 2 were sent from His Majesty's palace. She took a sip and asked again, let me ask you again. Do I have your loyalty? Oh, there's no need to be so nervous. You all were sent here with a purpose, but you're working for me now. From now on, it's entirely up to you. They said, yes, Your Highness. She said, you'll have to do your utmost to win my trust. If you make me distrust you, then I'll have no other choice but consider you my enemy. It seems we have an understanding. Now, I want the 2 of you to stay. The rest can leave. Let's see. I wonder who sent you to my palace. I can tell that you both are new. A servant said, I applied for a job at the royal palace after hearing that it was short-staffed. I didn't ask to be sent here. Carnephelia said, you can't talk. Am I right? A servant thought, a mute. She would be the perfect scapegoat, she said. I guess you won't be able to plead innocence if something happened. However, you can speak with your actions, am I right? A servant chuckled and said, speak with actions. You don't know what she's capable of, Your Highness. She's the type of person you should be looking out for. A lady servant near to him attacked him with a knife. He fell down on the floor. She hugged her and said, I've been waiting for you, LL. Carnephelia was always alone. That's because everyone who showed her kindness suffered an untimely death. And once she realized her brother Ianride was behind it, Carnephelia did her best to push everyone away. She mocked them, repelled them. She shouted, didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. Get out of my sight. But LL refused to leave Carnephelia's side. She thought, don't stay. It will put your life in danger. LL stood by carnephelia until the very end. A prince said, "You finally made it, my lovely sister. I found a filthy bug in your palace, so I took care of it for you. Mark my words, carnephelia. You're going to be alone, forever. As long as I'm alive and breathing," she said, LL. "I swear to destroy your enemies until the day I die," she thought. Hasn't changed a bit. Mommy must have been a scary person to have prepared you on my behalf. Just what did Mommy teach you? For you to be so unconditionally loyal. She said, "You're my people now. So I don't want you to harm yourself anymore. The only person I fully trust. And now my trustworthy servant. Thank you for coming, LL. Help me turn this filthy royal palace upside down." So he was hiding these daggers. Now I remember. He was an assassin sent by Ian Fried. The room reeks with the smell of blood. I'm losing my appetite. Nanny burst through the door and shouted, "Your Highness. It's time for..." She got shocked and thought, is that a body? What's going on? She hugged Nanny and said, "Nanny." I was so frightened. That servant suddenly crumbled to the floor and the carpet started to turn red. Nanny thought, suddenly, was there an assassination attempt? Then why is the princess still alive? This doesn't make any sense. Carnephelia said, "By the way, I'm hungry." Nanny was shocked. After some time at the dining hall in the second princess's quarters, they had to dust off the dining hall so she could have her meal there. Oh, the look on Nanny's face. She was sure Nanny was wondering why she survived and the servant did not. The new staff will try their best to win my trust, in order to gain control over me, just like Nanny did. So, I'm sure there's no poison in the food, she said. It looks delicious. Poison or not, I think I could eat to my heart's content, the servant said. Allow us to check the food for poison. Why, Your Highness, she replied. It's fine. I know you didn't poison my meal. There's no reason to be so worried. I look forward to my next meal. As she was stepping outside, the servants were thinking, she's so young and frail. Another said, yes, she's still a mere child. They whispered to each other. She hardly touched her food. Was she really being poisoned? She just saw a person die. I'd lose my appetite too. Carnephelia thought, I need to find my people. I need people who pledge loyalty to me for who I am, but there must be a justifiable reason for their loyalty. She said, LL, there's something you need to know. Do you know the blessing Ian Fried received from our gods? Those who dare to end his life will be cursed. That is his blessing. And because of that curse, I'm back in the past living my second life. In my past life, Ian Fried took everything I ever loved away from me. I got my revenge by beheading him, but the curse brought me back to the past. I'm sure you're having trouble understanding this, LL. You did your best to protect me in my previous life. But back then, I was weak and powerless, and I could do nothing to prevent your death. I'm not going to let that happen this time around. I'm going to become the emperor, and I'll bring the Hellsdante Empire down in ruins. I shall protect the people I love. So brace yourself, LL. Serving a cursed princess won't be easy. Your wish is my command. Evelyn Vett was never faithful to Carnephelia. Her loyalty didn't lie with the princess. Her master had promised her a hefty compensation in return for staying close. She had 3 missions. First, keep an eye on the princess at all times. Second, make sure she stays ill. Lastly, make routine reports on her condition. Evelyn was confident. She believed the second prince would eventually ascend the throne. That meant her reward was guaranteed. To her, Carnephelia, just a mere child, was hardly worthy of her master's efforts. And in a twisted way, Evelyn was having the time of her life. She chuckled as she called out, Your Highness. Despite being a half-blood, the second princess was still royal. And Evelyn had her right under her thumb. That alone gave her an intoxicating sense of power. But suddenly, Evelyn noticed something unsettling. The princess, she wasn't behaving like herself. When did the second princess start paying attention to other servants? Why did she go see His Majesty? Has she already entered puberty? Panic crept in. I have to get her back under my control. Grabbing her shoulder tightly, Evelyn demanded, Your Highness, you must tell me what happened to you yesterday. I heard that you asked everyone to leave except for the 2 servants. Why didn't you call for me? You could have been in grave danger. But Carnephelia only thought one thing, Balthing. She really tries hard. But now's not the time. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Were you concerned?" Evelyn's voice rose in frustration. "Of course I was worried. So tell me, why did you ask those two to stay?" But Carnephelia interrupted her with a soft, unsettling calm. "What would I do without you?" Evelyn froze. "What?" Carnephelia continued. "You always look out for me. You left me in the dining hall on my own, so you could gather information about the dead servant, right?" Evelyn shouted. "Well." Carnephelia's gaze sharpened. "Who is he? Who sent him to my palace? Was it my father? Or Her Royal Highness? Or was it Your Highness?" Evelyn cried, clearly shaken. "You must watch what you say." But Carnephelia pressed on, voice unshaken. "Do you wish to know what that servant did in my room? He ended his own life while cursing me. He told me not to leave my quarters again. He said it was a warning, then he slit his own throat. I need to find out who sent him so I can keep myself from harm." "Do you know who sent the servant?" Evelyn could only think, "I'm sure it will feel like your master was sending you a warning." But aloud, she snapped, "How would I know, Your Highness? Anyways, there's a reason why I tried to keep you from visiting His Royal Highness. You'll be fine if you stay inside your bedroom. I'll do my best to keep you safe." But Carnephelia only chuckled. "But father already promised to throw me a lavish birthday party. His Royal Highness wants to formally introduce me to the world. It would go against his wishes if I were to stay in my room. I like having my head on my shoulders." She smiled softly. "The warning was scary, but I'm fine. You know why? You always told me. You said you'd always keep me safe. Now then, what should I do? Oh, I should take a bath first. Could you fill the tub?" She turned. "LL. Follow Nanny, and when you can, fetch the items I asked for." Haha, she just ran off. No, Carnephelia thought, now's not the time. The political tide was shifting. With the death of the first prince, the nobles had dared not question the second prince's rise. But His Royal Highness was known for his fickle temperament. That is, until Carnephelia was given the right to succeed the throne. Her sudden emergence shook the very foundation of power. Nobles whispered. Doubts spread. How can the second princess be in line to the throne? We've never even met her. She is a half-blood princess. She doesn't have what it takes. In a crowded hall, a young noble scoffed. TSK. Why are they constantly gossiping about the royal succession? His friend flinched. Ugh, young master. Be mindful of what you say. Someone might hear you. What did I do? The young master replied innocently. I have no intention of joining in on their foolish gossip. But the friend didn't agree. It's not foolish gossip. Your father told you to play nice with the members of high society. I don't get what my father sees in them. Your father has a knack for recognizing people of importance. The young master smirked. Is that so? Do you also support the second prince, who, by the way, is the spitting image of His Royal Highness? Everyone in that room was hot for the second prince. Oh, please stop, young master. Someone will hear you. The mood shifted. Anyways, where do you think you're going? You must introduce yourself to the second prince today, young master. But something was off. Wait a minute, young master. What are you trying to do? Why are you climbing up the banister? Excuse me? Are you listening? Don't tell me you're trying to play hooky again. From the windowsill, the prince called out, I'm going to see the Duke of Spenbach. You can tell father whatever you want. See ya. No, his companion cried. He leapt from the window and vanished outside. Young master, the flustered friend sighed. I should have known when he agreed to come willingly to the banquet. Ugh, what should I tell the Marquis? Nasquin d'Argent, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Nasquin had his own thoughts. Ianride Helsdante, the second prince of Helsdante, a cold-blooded bastard. If he ascends the throne, all hell will break loose. So now's the perfect time for the second princess to make her grand debut. Her mere presence has caused a ripple in Ianfride's otherwise smooth road to succession. The only catch is that no one really knows much about Carnephelia. What if she's just as evil as Ianfride? That would change everything. I know father isn't happy about my friendship with the Duke of Spenbach. I wonder what his grace has to say about this. He's the one with a real knack for catching things. I know nothing about the dark-haired princess. Carnephelia, I hope you will be the light of the royal family. If you do, I'll gladly play the role of your supporter. But just then, the glass window shattered. A knife glinted, held just inches from carnephelia's neck. She didn't flinch. "Who the hell are you?" The man was stunned. A knife at her throat, and yet, she smiled. "Are you smiling?" he asked in disbelief. Without blinking, Carnephelia looked to her loyal servant. "LL. Break his neck. And make it quick." LL obeyed without hesitation, grabbing the assassin by the face and slamming him to the ground with a sickening thud. Carnephelia chuckled. "Now then, what shall we do with him?" She watched the lifeless body and thought to herself, "This never happened in my previous life. They sent an assassin as soon as the news spread that I was now in line to the throne. How very transparent of them." Suddenly, her face lit up with an idea. "I know. Let's leave his body in the royal fountain. I want everyone to know that someone paid me a visit in the middle of the night." LL knelt down, uncovered the assassin's face, and handed a small pellet to Carnephelia. Then, without a word, she hoisted the body over her shoulder and walked out. Carnephelia studied the poison. They gave a poison pellet to an assassin who came to murder an 8-year-old princess. They seem to be more on edge than I expected. Well, she smiled to herself. There's nothing wrong with that. The next day, the door burst open. A booming voice echoed through the princess's chambers. "Search every nook and cranny." "Yes, sir," 2 knights answered in unison. A maid shrieked in outrage. "How insolent of you! How dare you barge into the second princess's quarters without notice?" The commander replied without remorse. "We're only following orders of the High One. Getting in the way would be a direct act of disobedience." But then Carnephelia spoke, calm and calculating. "So, did the High One order you to search the quarters of a young, bedridden princess?" The commander hesitated, then admitted, "We found an unknown body inside the royal fountain, and we were given orders to search the entire palace." Carnephelia chuckled. "And what does that have to do with me?" The man smirked. "Well, we'll find out, won't we?" "What is she going to do about it?" He thought. "She's just a powerless princess. You can feign arrogance, but you won't fool me, half-blood. She's pretending to be calm, as if she were a real royal." "So, what were the knights doing while the body was being dumped in the royal fountain?" Carnephelia answered coldly, "I only have servants in my quarters. Searching my rooms will only end up embarrassing the High One, don't you think?" He raised his voice. "Watch what you say, Your Highness. Be what it may, we were given orders to search the entire palace. We apologize for the inconvenience, Your Highness." But inwardly, even he admitted, "She's more clever than I thought." Carnephelia gave a small smile. "I see. I do hope you'll give me some privacy so I can get dressed. I can hardly go out in my nightgown." "Thank you, Savant." He froze. How does she know my name? I must have heard wrong. How could she know the name of a mere knight? He straightened. "Understood, Your Highness." "Do make haste." She turned to her maid. "Don't speak up unless I tell you to. You don't want to die here." The maid quickly bowed. "My apologies, Your Highness. I'll be more careful from now on." Carnephelia's voice softened, deadly calm. "Don't look out for me, let alone try to protect me. It's not worth losing your life over. Focus on what your master told you to do. I'm telling you this for your own good." The maid stammered. "That wasn't my intention. Don't interfere. Stick to the spying, so you can survive." The maid, now trembling, asked, "But what about you, Your Highness? Those knights could have hurt you just now." But Carnephelia simply replied, "Oh, but I'm different. I'm a royal, just like your real master." She glanced at the door. "Are we finished? I need to get going. I don't remember the last time I came out on a walk. I'm sure everyone is busy preparing my meal in the garden. Nanny is probably looking for me right now." And as she left, she whispered to herself, "Thank goodness I came to as a child. I don't get noticed because of my size, and everyone lets their guard down because they think I'm too young." LL walked beside her, clearly concerned. "Concerned about Carnephelia's safety?" she asked. Carnephelia nodded. "There's a reason why we came out for a stroll. LL, have you heard of the ghost of the royal villa?" She looked toward the misty hills ahead. "She's a poor soul. Alive, but hardly living. Still in search of the daughter and son she lost in the battle for succession. The former empress. Rumored to have gone mad. They say the former empress waits forlornly in the villa for the return of her deceased children. No one wants to set foot there." She smiled gently at her servant. "Oh, I can manage on my own from here on, LL. You can head back to my quarters. I'll be back shortly." LL nodded silently and departed. Carnephelia looked around as she walked alone. "I see yellow flowers here, and there. Her palace is full of yellow flowers. The color yellow stands for longing. The scent of the flowers is overwhelming. And then, she stopped. Standing before her was a woman. There she is. As carnephelia stepped deeper into the villa, she glanced around, frowning slightly. I don't see a single servant here. Is it because she lost favor with the emperor? From the shadows, a woman slowly approached her. Is it you, Marie? The woman asked gently. Marie, my poor baby. She stepped closer, her voice cracking. Mommy knew you were alive. You grew up to be such a beautiful child. Carnephelia stood still in her arms, letting the woman hold her. Her embrace is warm, she thought, yet empty. And then she spoke firmly. Snap out of it, Empress Arelletina. You don't have time for this. If you truly cared about real Princess Marie, you would get your act together. The Empress's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Carnephelia stepped back and introduced herself clearly. Carnephelia Hellsdante at your service, Your Majesty. The Empress blinked. Carnephelia, that's the name of the second princess. Why did she come to see me? Suddenly, Carnephelia's eyes darted to the side. Is someone coming? What should I do? It won't do me any good if they find out that I'm here. A sudden jolt of fear. Hide behind those bushes, the Empress whispered quickly. Without hesitation, Carnephelia ran and crouched behind the thick leaves. A commander arrived. Excuse us, Your Majesty. Did you see anyone here? I thought I heard you talking with someone. Another knight added. If you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. But before he could finish, arelletina gently took his hand. Is it you, my son? The soldier stiffened. Pardon me. She giggled softly, completely lost in the moment. Oh, it's you. You came for me. Do you know how long I've waited for you? How could you not visit your mother for an entire week? You seem to have grown even taller. One commander whispered. She took you for the deceased prince. The other sighed. I told you she was talking to herself again. She's lost it. 5 years has passed since the first prince passed away. He turned back to her. Please get some rest, Your Majesty. Carnephelia, still hidden, watched silently. How insolent. The former empress may have lost her mind, but she was once the empress of Hellsdante, and she's taking the insults in stride, as if she has no choice, just because she's deemed weak. That's why people crave power. They don't want to be looked down upon. After they left, arelletina turned and called softly. Why don't we head inside? Inside, the empress gestured to a seat. Have a seat. Carnephelia sat down. Arelletina took a sip of tea and asked, So, what made you come here to see me? Carnephelia replied without hesitation. I thought hard. I knew there must be someone with the same enemy as mine. Someone who wishes a violent death upon the current empress, the second prince, and their supporters. Someone who hopes to strip them of their power. Who else would want that, I wondered. And that's why I came to see you, Your Majesty. I seek your support, Your Majesty Arelletina. The empress looked her over. She's a mere child, but she seems to have a will of steel and a strong desire for revenge. Second princess, you're rather strange. I'm having trouble figuring you out. Carnephelia continued. I sat there and let them take everything away from me, but I won't let that happen again. I'm going to take the Hellsdante Empire away from them. Arelletina asked, You'd do that, knowing you could lose everything? Carnephelia looked her in the eyes. I have nothing to lose. The only thing I have left is my heart and soul. The Empire has taken everything else, and I'll do whatever it takes to ensure its fall. Arelletina stared at her. But those eyes. I can see the truth simmering within. Everything she said just now rings true. She sat upright and said with new clarity, You seek my support. Well then, can you tell me more about this plan of yours? Carnephelia smiled. Of course, Your Majesty. The Empress stared deeply into Carnephelia's eyes. You have such wondrous eyes. When I look into them, my fears seem to melt away. How extraordinary. She pressed her hand to her chest. All I have is this body of mine. Yes, I'd like to help you and protect what is mine, whatever that may be. But then, her voice shifted quiet, serious. However, I have one condition. Carnephelia nodded. What would that be? Anything within my power. The Empress didn't hesitate. Will you give me the honor of beheading Dicella Rachel myself? I didn't think she'd want to get so involved, Carnephelia thought. Dicella Rachel, mother of the second prince, and the current empress of Hellsdante. She answered, I'll make sure that happens, Your Majesty. The Empress chuckled. Thank you. Now that I've heard what you have planned, what exactly do you want me to do? Carnephelia explained calmly. Not long from now, His Royal Highness will pay you a visit. When he does, can you treat him like you did when you were the Empress of Hellsdante? Arelletina raised an eyebrow. You want me to treat him as I did when I was the Empress? Carnephelia affirmed. That's right. She gave a quiet nod. Fine. I'll play along. Carnephelia leaned in slightly. Will you be all right? The Empress answered softly. You've given me a reason to live again. I look more than forward to it. She stood up quickly. Oh, I almost forgot. Will you wait here for a moment? She returned with a box. Please accept this. Carnephelia opened it slowly. Could this be? Did this belong to Princess Marina Belle? Arelletina smiled sadly. I made it myself so Marie could wear it on her 6th birthday, but I never got the chance to give it to her. It's time the dress met a new owner. I hope you enjoy it. Carnephelia hesitated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cradling the box in her arms, she stepped out of the villa and made her way back to the castle. Looking up at the palace gates, she whispered, Now then, back to the birdcage I go. Suddenly, a maid screamed. I found this child collapsed on the floor. Another rushed over. Wait, isn't she? The second princess. What is she doing here? There's dirt all over her dress, as if she had taken a tumble somewhere. One maid whispered. Could it be? Right? It must be. They must be referring to their real owner, Carnephelia thought. An hour later, the royal chamberlain stormed in. That was reckless of you. Carnephelia blinked. What was? He shouted. You pretended to faint in front of the Empress's palace, Your Highness. The entire palace knows what happened. Everyone believes the Empress tried to hurt you because you're now in line to the throne. Calmly, she responded. Why are you so upset? There are facts within those rumors. You of all people should know, Royal Chamberlain. Just like you know who sent the assassin to my bedroom last night. She stared at him. You look like you have a lot to say. But why don't we let bygones be bygones? I should be the last thing on your mind. For the flower that the entire palace forgot about is ready to bloom once again. The Chamberlain froze. What do you mean? She'll no longer show benevolence to the staff. In fact, she'll bloom even more beautifully than before. She told him. Keep your eyes wide open. Understood, Your Highness. But he thought to himself, does she mean for me to relay her message to His Royal Highness? He bowed. Please get some rest, Your Highness. She turned around. LL, you're back. Welcome back. Did you manage to find it? She nodded. You did good, LL. LL handed her a small bottle. Carnephelia took it and smiled. Now find another bottle just like this one and slip it into one of Nanny's pockets when you have the chance. LL paused and raised her hand, noticing Carnephelia's hands. She asked quietly. Carnephelia answered, Oh, this happened while I was digging a hole in the ground. It doesn't hurt. She injured her hands while burying the box. Carnephelia reassured her. There's nothing for you to worry about. LL gently squeezed her hands. Carnephelia chuckled. Thank you for looking after me, LL. That night, the Emperor sat in quiet thought. She may no longer be the Empress, he mused, but she's still my wife and a part of the royal family. He clenched his fist, so how can her quarters be in shambles? He opened the creaking doors and stepped in. Arelletina, she turned to him gracefully. Greetings to the son of our empire. Did she have a hunch I'd visit? The Emperor wondered. She's groomed and dressed properly for a change. He walked over and brushed his hand along her cheek. Are you still upset with me? She clenched her fist. You promised to make me the most noble woman in this empire. Is this your version of noble? She suddenly embraced him. Are you going to make me wait for you all alone? Huh. Spending time alone has done her good, he thought. They said she lost her mind, but she seems to have gotten more obedient. Tears welled in her eyes. You're all I have left, Your Majesty. Please don't leave me. I don't have to be the Empress again. As long as I have you by my side, I have just one wish, Your Majesty. He asked, and what is that? She looked at him. Please come visit me time to time, like you did today. He chuckled. Haha, this is the arelletina I know and love. My docile, beautiful flower, he thought. You're my flower, destined to sit pretty in my crystal vase, to be enjoyed by me and myself only. Just then, the Chamberlain rushed in. Your Majesty, please forgive my tardiness. Don't fret. I know you purposely came late so I could get some rest. His tone darkened. Anyways, behead the guard here and send the head to the Empress's palace. Also, send more ladies in waiting to serve arelletina. That should do for now. I have a feeling the little twat was involved in arelletina's change of attitude. He tightened his cloak. I can put on the coat myself. The twat said she wanted an opportunity, he thought. An opportunity, indeed. Then he turned to the Chamberlain. Royal Chamberlain, let's hold the second princess's birthday banquet at the West Banquet Hall. The Chamberlain flinched. But that's where the third princess. Don't forget to send out invitations to all members of high society. Your Majesty. It's the second princess's first birthday banquet. It should be an elaborate feast. Back in Carnephelia's room, the maids knelt nervously. Please forgive us, Your Highness. We failed to protect you. There's no sincerity in their words, Carnephelia thought. They won't last long in the royal palace. She replied calmly, it's fine. I know you didn't mean for me to get injured. I did hear your reputations have taken a harsh blow. Let's strive to get your reputations back on track. That's the only way to ensure our survival, wouldn't you agree? One maid bowed deeply, thinking to herself, yikes. Our eyes met. Her Highness doesn't seem to have the best impression of me. You can leave now, Carnephelia said. As the maids exited, one whispered, it's difficult to get into Her Highness's graces. How did that girl LL manage to win her over? Another replied, LL is powerless. Maybe that's how she gained the princess's trust. That's strange. You would normally be more suspicious toward a nobody. Her Highness seemed to be in a bad mood today, one maid thought. It was frightening. Even so, she didn't scream or hit anybody, and how can she be so small and cute? She must be the same age as Jamie. I miss my younger siblings. Oh, I'm on my way, Your Highness. Did you call for me, Your Highness? After comparing her to my little brother, I feel less nervous around her. I want to read a storybook, Carnephelia said. Shall I go fetch you one? Oh, the thing is, she replied. I've read all the storybooks in the royal palace. Nanny always stops by a certain bookstore whenever she leaves the palace. I'd like you to go there on my behalf. Do you think you can do it? Of course, Your Highness, the maid beamed. I'll bring you back something interesting for you to read. She's more innocent than I thought, the maid thought. I didn't think she'd ask me to fetch her a storybook. She's cuter than Jamie. She turned a corner and bumped into a woman. Where is Her Highness? The lady asked. This voice, is it the nanny? She's in her room. Why is she in such a rush? And what's with the look on her face? Suddenly, a slap rang out. I told you this room is the safest place, the nanny yelled. Don't try to leave this place. You don't know what will happen to you. After you kicked me out, you ventured outside and came back with injuries. And now it will be on me for not taking care of you, Your Highness. Didn't I say it again and again? The world is a dangerous place, and everyone hates you, Your Highness. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to harm you. See? You didn't listen to me and ended up catching a cold. I'm the only one you can trust. There's no other person in the palace who looks out for you like I do. Carnephelia looked up. Then will you stop feeding me poison? Her voice cracked. I'm sorry, Nanny. I'll do whatever you say from now on. I won't step outside ever again, and I promise not to complain about being hungry. I won't ask for another servant, either. I promise not to get in your way. Her voice trembled. So could you please stop putting poison in my food and drink? My body hurts when I eat poisoned food. I cough up blood. I feel so sleepy, but I'm scared that I'll never open my eyes again. It hurts. It really hurts. That's enough, the nanny screamed. Stop talking. What if someone hears you? From just beyond the door, a maid stood frozen. She had heard everything. The maid stood frozen behind the door. Did I hear correctly? Poison. Her hands trembled. Was the nanny poisoning the second princess all this time? Why would she do that? I thought she genuinely cared for the princess. From inside the room, the nanny yelled, How dare you spew such lies? But Carnephelia stood firm. But think about it, Nanny. Where else could I have been poisoned? You're the one who's been taking care of me all this time. The nanny snapped back. You've been acting strangely ever since that new servant girl came to your palace. You need to get treated. We don't want you talking nonsense in front of His Royal Highness. I'll do everything in my power to stop your lies. It's my duty as your nanny. How can a nanny be so cruel? The maid thought, still listening. What should I do? I need to call for help, but who? Her hand froze midair. I don't know who to call. Who would help the second princess? The royal guards? No. Judging from their behavior, they won't help. And the nanny beat the princess, like she'd done it before. It reminded her of someone. Princess Renabella Helsdante. And just like that, Trua realized something. The nanny and her true master had something in common. At that moment, she collected herself and became calm once more. Her Highness was right. She thought, A mere servant like me won't do Her Highness any good. Since I can't help, I have no choice but to turn a blind eye. She remembered carnephelia's quiet warning. Don't interfere. Stick to the spying. So you can survive. So this was what she meant. How could I ever compare her to my brother Jamie? She stood straight. I need to go find a storybook for Her Highness. That's my job. A storybook. Later, the nanny stood smiling. Did you enjoy your meal, Your Highness? I hope you were able to reflect upon your actions last night. Carnephelia spoke softly. I did, Nanny. Good. The nanny nodded. I have faith in you, Your Highness. I trust you won't be accusing me of such falsities again. A pause. Why aren't you answering? Yes, Nanny. I was wrong. I won't lie to you again. She smiled proudly. That's a good girl. I have to go out for a bit. Stay out of trouble. Yes, Nanny. The door closed. Carnephelia turned to the shadows. Now that the troublesome tyrant is out of the way. She smiled. Come in. I've been waiting for you. Trua. She looked hopeful. Did you bring me a new storybook? What's wrong? Were you unable to find a new book? Trua bowed her head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'm really sorry. There was nothing I could do, Your Highness. Carnephelia gently placed her hands on Trua's cheeks. Are you sorry that you don't regret your actions? Or are you sorry that if something similar happens again, you'll still make the same choice? Did you know? Turning a blind eye to violence is also a form of abuse. Especially if it happens more than once. But I am a princess, you know. What makes you think I won't be getting my revenge? Trua fell to her knees. Please spare me, Your Highness. I was merely trying to. Carnephelia spoke softly now. Yes, I know you have a big family to support, including your younger siblings. Then how about this? If you could turn back time and go to the beginning, who would you serve? The third princess or myself? Carnephelia narrated in thought. Trua Helton. From the information LL gathered, she is the eldest of a low-class family. Sold to the palace to pay her father's debts. Commoners like her are disposable here. Easy to eliminate if things go awry. Yet, she still sends money and letters home. She's soft-hearted. Naive. That's why she looked out for the cursed princess, with hair as dark as night. And that's why she fell so easily into my trap. Poor thing. Trua asked, would you take a commoner like me under your wing, Your Highness? I know I'm not as clever as the other servants, and I was too scared to go ask for help when you were suffering. Are you still willing to take me in, Your Highness? Carnephelia thought. It's not death she's afraid of. She truly feels guilty for not standing up for me. And that's more than enough. She smiled. Let's do this. Why don't we save each other? If you look out for me, I'll do the same. Let's find a way to survive in the royal palace. As you said, I'm weak and young. Maybe that's why I consider you a kindred spirit. I may be a royal, but everyone looks down upon me. And you're nothing but a servant from a lowly background. We can't get any lower than this. The only way for us is up. Trua's eyes widened. I didn't think you could look so determined. She knelt and declared, I, Trua Helton, pledge to serve Her Highness, Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante, for eternity. Carnephelia smiled. That look, she reminds me a bit of LL. She said gently, be prepared, Trua. Serving the cursed princess of Hellsdante won't be easy. Suddenly, a furious voice echoed. What did you say? How dare you show such arrogance? The emperor stormed in, eyes blazing. Carnephelia. The West Banquet Hall. Carnephelia tilted her head. The West Banquet Hall? The royal chamberlain bowed. Yes, Your Highness. We're getting the West Banquet Hall ready for your birthday. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Oh, that's more than I expected. His Majesty hopes you won't feel too burdened by the decision. I see. You can take your leave now. Yes, Your Highness. Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. The West Banquet Hall. I can almost see the wheels turning in Father's head. Everyone knows that this particular hall is reserved for the third princess, Renabella Hellsdante. My father made his intentions crystal clear when he chose the West Banquet Hall to hold my party. Is this his way of testing me? Well then, let's put myself through the test. Aloud, she commanded. LL, take whatever money left in my budget and donate it to the orphanage. And please tell the servant outside to come on in. LL nodded and left. A young servant entered hesitantly. Did you call for me, Your Highness? Carnephelia asked calmly. Do you know whether Nanny has returned or not? She did not, Your Highness. Please let me know if you need anything. I'll make the necessary preparations. Carnephelia's gaze sharpened. Well, It's regarding the preparations for my birthday banquet. I'm a bit concerned that it will be taking place in the West Banquet Hall. I feel it's too grandiose for someone like myself. She smirked. So I'm planning on bringing it up to His Majesty. What are your thoughts? The Emperor's dining hall. Carnephelia sat before her father. Thank you for allowing me to join you on such short notice, Your Majesty. The Emperor laughed coldly. Are you scared to eat for fear of being poisoned? I thought you had more in you. Yes, she answered bluntly. It's only natural, since you have yet to receive your blessing. She smiled. You must really believe that I didn't receive the blessing. That must be why you decided to hold my party in the West Banquet Hall. The Emperor's expression turned. What? Doesn't the West Banquet Hall meet your expectations? Carnephelia leaned forward. The West Banquet Hall belongs to the third princess, who has no right to ascend the throne. It's no place to have my birthday banquet. What would the nobles think if the banquet was held at the West Hall? Surely they would turn up their noses and downgrade the significance of being in line to the throne. Or, will the third princess also be given the right of succession? The Emperor slammed his fist. What did you say? How dare you show such arrogance? Carnephelia. She kept her voice even. You have it all wrong, Your Majesty. I only say this because I know exactly where I stand. He roared. I want everyone to leave this room immediately. A servant worriedly thought. This won't do. She has to convince His Majesty to change the venue. The chamberlain bowed. We must take our leave. The door shut behind them. Inside, the Emperor thought darkly. The twit is greedy and cunning. And I have no idea what's going through that little head of hers. She stared directly at him. You can stop testing me, Your Majesty. He narrowed his gaze. How can she be so self-assured? It's as if she already sees my every move. The more I look at her, the more interested I become. Carnephelia said, I may be more useful than you think, Your Majesty. You're rubbing your palms with glee at the thought of pitting myself against my brother in ride. So you want to test me to see if I'm up to par with him. Am I correct? The Emperor smirked. Well then, tell me in your own words. Just how far are you willing to go? She replied boldly. Your Majesty, the venue where I'd like to hold my birthday banquet is the Empress's palace. What did you just say? Elsewhere in the palace, a servant whispered. Well, the thing is, the second princess's birthday banquet won't be held at the West Banquet Hall. Rather, it will take place at the South Banquet Hall. Dicella Rachel, Empress of Hellsdante. She threw her crown to the floor in fury. How? How can that twat have her banquet at the South Banquet Hall? I didn't dethrone arelletina so that the little wench could have a banquet there before me. She raged. I should have killed her when I had the chance. I need to go out. Make the preparations. The doors opened. Your Majesty, the servant gasped. Arelletina's chamber. Arelletina looked up calmly. Your Majesty. What brings you to my humble abode? Smack. Dicella slapped her across the face. Arelletina merely smiled. Greetings to the moon of our empire. Dicella spat. How dare you look me in the face and smile? You could hardly raise your face in my presence before. Arelletina grabbed her hand. Let go of my hand right this minute. Have you already forgotten? There's no guarantee that you'll be the Empress forever. I'm a prime example. Dicella trembled. Are you finished talking? You must not value your life. Do you know who you're addressing? I was gracious enough to let you stay in the palace. You have no clue how easy it would be to get rid of you. The way I got rid of that son of yours that you loved so much. A voice cut through. How interesting. It was the Emperor. Did you say you'd get rid of arelletina like you did away with the first prince? Dicella. Arelletina is still recovering from her illness. Treat her with more care. Dicella turned pale. Your Majesty, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The Emperor frowned. What happened to your face? It's bruised. Call for the royal physician. Dicella's thoughts spiraled. This won't do. This won't do at all. No, no, no. At this rate, she'll become Empress again, and I'll be dethroned. I can't let that happen. Monfried. I'll call him in. He must come back to the palace and protect me. Back in her room, Carnephelia chuckled. Haha. The rumors are spreading more quickly than I anticipated. In fact, I think I can hear the Empress's screams all the way here in my room. Oh, I wonder when Nanny will return. I'd hate for her to miss out on all the fun. And outside, Nanny stormed down the corridor, fuming. The palace air was tense when the Nanny burst through the doors. Your Highness, I heard you went against my word and left your rooms. But as she stormed in, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who is that? She thought. Sitting calmly was Carnephelia, smiling softly. Welcome back, Nanny. What took you so long? The nanny raised her hand in frustration. Why you? But then she froze. Her eyes widened. Isn't that a royal physician? It seems His Majesty sent the oldest and most useless one to attend to the second princess. She turned sharply, her voice cold. There was no need to call for the royal physician over something so trifle. She continued, condescending and dismissive. Her Highness has been frail since she was a child. She bleeds often from the nose. There's no need for you to be here, as the bleeding usually stops on its own. The royal physician, unfazed, asked gently, Do you suffer nosebleeds often, Your Highness? May I take a look at your hand? The nanny's thoughts grew dark. Did she just ignore me? Carnephelia extended her hand silently to the physician. But the nanny was far from done. I asked you to leave. Her Highness needs her rest. Carnephelia turned and glared at her. Why is she looking at me like that? The nanny thought, confused. And then crack. The physician struck the floor with her cane, shouting, Shame on you. What do you mean she was frail as a child? Her Highness is still of tender age. Her voice rose with fury. Nosebleeds are still a form of bleeding. How dare a mere nanny treat it as if it were nothing? She seethed. You're supposed to be her caretaker. TSK. Her Highness is weak and frail because of your incompetence. Calming slightly, the physician said, I'll send over the medicine shortly. Make sure Her Highness takes them on time. Carnephelia then said calmly, Trua, LL. Please escort the royal physician back to her quarters. Of course. Trua replied with a bow. The royal physician, near retirement, had long served the royal family. In the nanny's eyes, she probably seemed old and powerless. But being scolded so publicly, Nanny was fuming. Your Highness, ever since you started acting out, people have started to look down upon me. I don't deserve to be treated this way. But Carnephelia remained quiet. Yes. Get angrier. Keep going, she thought. Show the world how insolent you are. Why are you suddenly acting this way? You were such an angel. Why did you change? The nanny demanded. You should know your place. Think of your background, Your Highness. She hissed. You should consider yourself blessed to have a nanny that looks out for you like I do. I'm the only one who genuinely cares for you. So why aren't you listening to me? Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper. You see, the higher you climb, the more satisfying it will be to watch you fall. Then she said coldly, You should be content with what you have, instead of craving things you can't possibly reach. She sneered. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you thinking of something silly again? Do you still believe you have a chance at ascending the throne? Carnephelia finally spoke, voice steady. Your memory must be failing you, Nanny. She smiled sweetly. I'm in line to the throne. Or have you already forgotten? She clapped lightly. I also realize that I have the power to make my own decisions. What do you mean? The nanny asked, alarmed. Carnephelia giggled. For example, I have the right to hire and fire the staff from my palace. That's nonsense, the nanny shouted. But servants suddenly appeared and grabbed her arms, escorting her out. The nanny trembled. Are you removing me from my post? Carnephelia waved serenely. That's right, nanny. Take care. You can't do this to me, Your Highness, she screamed. Let me go. Get your hands off me. You're making a big mistake, Your Highness. You won't survive in the royal palace without me. You won't last a day without me. Carnephelia sighed. She's so loud. Will you shut the door? Yes, Your Highness. The maid answered, quickly closing it. Trua stepped forward. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Her Highness needs her rest. Please stop causing a ruckus and take your leave now. The door slammed. Outside, the nanny collapsed to the floor. How dare you? She whispered. Then she shouted. How dare you? Trua stood inside, thoughts racing. Her Highness got rid of the nanny, but I'm not sure whether this was a good idea. Rumors will spread throughout the palace. So many questions rushed through Trua's mind, but she stayed silent. For the second princess looked utterly unbothered, as if she were above it all. Carnephelia took a sip of tea. This is medicinal tea, isn't it? How very kind of you. After Nanny's removal, the palace was abuzz. Everyone talked about the second princess for betraying the only person who had looked out for her. Of course, they all knew who the source of the gossip was. Carnephelia sat reading, unfazed. Nanny can spew lies about me for all I care. But your banquet is right around the corner, Your Highness, Trua said, worried. Everyone will be gossiping about you. They've been gossiping about me even before this incident took place, Carnephelia replied. It makes no difference to me. Trua blinked. Well, Her Highness is right, Trua thought. Even the staff working at her palace were constantly talking about her behind her back. How can she be so calm about it? Sometimes, it's hard to believe that Her Highness is still a mere child. Carnephelia glanced up. If you're still worried, why don't you go spy on Nanny on my behalf? You wish for me to spy on the nanny? Trua asked. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for the task, but I'll do the best I can. You don't have to. It was just a passing thought, Carnephelia said gently. Well then, let's find a task more suited for you. Pardon? Trua blinked. It doesn't have to be a special task. I'm sure we'll find something that you're good at. And when you do, will you let me know? You're my people, Trua. I'd like to get to know you better. Your Highness. Trua said, moved. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. What is it, LL? Carnephelia asked. LL entered quietly and handed over a letter. A letter? Carnephelia asked, surprised. Trua gasped. This is. Carnephelia smiled knowingly. Yes. It's an invitation from the third princess. She opened it and read aloud. I heard there was a change of venue for your birthday banquet. To thank you for not using the West Banquet Hall, and to congratulate you on your upcoming birthday, I'd like to invite you to play dolls with me tonight. I hope you'll accept my invitation. Renabella Vin Hels Dante. Carnephelia looked up, amused. When will my new doll be arriving? Welcome to Rennie's dollhouse. Renabella's dollhouse is her favorite place inside the palace. But it's not your average, cutesy little dollhouse. A maid hesitated before whispering, it's as grotesque as I remember. Renabella Vin Hels Dante, born to tyrant Charade and Empress Decella, was the apple of her parents' eyes. But the third princess had a rather unique hobby. She liked to play house by using her servants as dolls. No one knew when this macabre habit began. One had to wonder, does perversity run in the Hels Dante blood? Renabella, waving a doll's hand, chirped, looky here. Hi, friend. Nice to meet you. Carnephelia, watching silently, thought, all that suffering, simply because they served the wrong master. Now then, Rennie said cheerfully, say your hellos. She's new to our dollhouse. She pointed. This doll was here first, so she's going to be your big sister. Carnephelia noticed. The girl must be new. Her clothes and face were still clean. Grotesque, nonetheless. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do for them right now. Renabella giggled. What do you think? Do you want to be Rennie's friend? I'll buy you a new outfit and brush your hair. You're a royal, so you have a choice. Do you want to be my doll, or will you give me your eyes instead? They're so twinkly. Carnephelia didn't respond. Renabella asked again, do you want to be my doll, or give me your eyes? Her eyes twitched. Did you just laugh in Rennie's face? She asked. Carnephelia thought, she catches on fast, just like her older brother. Then she spoke calmly, you can't turn me into one of your dolls, let alone take my eyes, Renabella. Renabella pouted, why? They said you were a bastard. That means I'm higher than you. Carnephelia grabbed her shoulder firmly. What are you talking about? Unlike you, I'm in line to the throne. And I'm your older sister. Not the other way around. Mind your manners. Renabella blinked. Older sister? Carnephelia smiled. That's right. I'm the second princess, and you're the third. Renabella frowned. That's strange. Nanny said I could do whatever I want, since you're a bastard child. Carnephelia raised an eyebrow. Really? Did your nanny tell you that? She must not be very competent. That's not true, Renabella shouted. My nanny said I'm the most precious thing in the entire world. And I have mommy and daddy and Ian fried, so I can do whatever I want, Carnephelia asked. That's strange. Why would she tell you such lies? It's irresponsible to say you can do anything just because you're a royal. Father can't protect you forever. Do you really think you can hurt me? When I'm a contender for the throne? She paused, then added, not only that, those who dare to go against me will meet a gruesome death. I wonder why your nanny didn't tell you this. I'm telling you nicely, because I'm your older sister. She thought to herself, was that enough? Even an idiot would understand the veiled threat behind my words. Pretty, Renabella muttered. What? Carnephelia asked. She pointed at her eyes. Your eyes are pretty. Carnephelia grabbed her hand. Do you understand what I just said? Mind your manners, little sister. I will, older sister, Renabella replied. Carnephelia gave a cold smile. That's right. I'm your older sister, Renabella. Wait, does that mean I can't have your eyes? She asked. They're so sparkly, carnephelia said. Don't feel too bad. I brought you a gift to make up for it. What? Where? She asked in surprise. Carnephelia smiled. Do you see the two servants behind me? Your Highness, the servants called out. Huh, Renabella scowled. I don't need ugly dolls in my dollhouse. Carnephelia replied. Oh, I thought you'd recognize who they were right away. They belong to our brother, Tamfried. Really? They belong to Ianfried. Seriously? She squealed. That's not true, the servants cried. We serve Her Highness the second princess of Hellsdante, Renabella smiled. She's right. I think I can make an exception, since they belong to my brother. I love your presence, sissy. Welcome to my dollhouse. You're going to have so much fun here. It's a misunderstanding, Your Highness, the servants cried. We're sorry. Please save us. Carnephelia thought, I know you two will stab me in the back the minute your real owner gives you orders. There's no reason for me to keep you by my side. Meanwhile, at the Spenbach manor, Nasquin asked urgently, Are you really going to the second princess's birthday banquet? It's too dangerous. Answer me, Lady Pretta. It would be dangerous even for the Duke, Lady Pretta responded. Sorry, Nasquin, but it's already been decided. How can you be so nonchalant about it? He snapped. You didn't say a word to me. Mother is busy injecting her divine power into helis, and Father is searching high and low for a cure, although we have no idea why Helis has fallen ill. So the only person who can attend the banquet is me. I have no other choice. The Spenbach dukedom, the only sacred land within Hellsdante Empire, untouched by the royal family. A peaceful dukedom ruled by its benevolent leader, the Duke of Spenbach. Yet, the dukedom maintains a strained relationship with the cruel and violent Hellsdante Empire. Lady Pretta chuckled. I convinced my parents to allow me to attend the banquet. I plan on searching for the cure while I'm there. I just need to find my way into the royal library. The only question is, how? Nasquin shouted. There's no way His Grace could have agreed to your ridiculous plan. Not even the royals get free access to the royal library. Only those in line to the throne can enter. Then he thought, is that what it is? Does she want to use the second princess to access the royal library? Where does she get her brashness from? Lady Pretta smiled. I learned from the very best, dear mentor. Stop reading my mind, he muttered. Unlike you, I always look out for myself. I know your goal isn't just to meet the second princess, but the second prince as well. I've told you many times that he's dangerous, that's right. Lady Pretta whipped around, shouting. I can't wait to meet that bastard. He's such a jerk. How can he capture all the birds in our dukedom, dissect them, and send them as a gift? He must be a lunatic. We can't let that psychopath become the next emperor. I know the relationship between our dukedom and the Hellsdante Empire is frail. That's why I want to go take a closer look. I need to find out who will ascend the throne, so I know who I'll be going against. I'd love to see if the second princess has what it takes to go against Ianfried. We don't know if she even wants to compete with her brother for the throne, Nasquin said. There is hardly any information on the second princess. Her personality, thoughts, and ambitions all remain a mystery. All we know is that she was recently added to be in line to the throne. Lady Pretta said, she has the right to ascend the throne. There's no way the second prince will leave her alone. I just hope the second princess is different from the rest of her family, Nasquin sighed. We think of the same things, dear disciple. All right. I'll do my best to support you. Time flew by, Lady Pretta whispered. And soon, it became the day of Carnephelia's birthday banquet. The carriage arrived at the estate just in time. Lady Pretta stepped out, exhaling in relief. Phew. We made it on time. Nasquin, as sarcastic as ever, followed behind. With all your nagging, it would make no sense if we hadn't. You're too stubborn for your own good. I definitely have my work cut out for me, Lady Pretta reminded him sweetly, but you're the one who told me to fight for what I believe in, Nasquin. He smirked. I guess you did learn from the best. Then, scanning the grounds, Lady Pretta asked, Where's the second princess? Nasquin replied, I have no idea. I've never met her. I'm assuming she'll make a grand entrance at the end of the banquet. A grand entrance at the end, Pretta thought. She needs all the support she can get. Now, if I were in her position, I'd make my rounds during the party, forge connections with the nobles in attendance. The second princess is in line to the throne, but whether she's worthy or not remains to be seen. Nasquin noticed her deep in thought. "What is it?" she replied. "I was wondering if the second princess would meet my expectations." "Look, Nasquin, the enormity of the venue, the sheer size of the crowd, what's the underlying meaning behind this banquet? It's not just a birthday celebration anymore. That means the second princess has to be prepared for whatever may be thrown her way. But from what I've seen so far, I don't see any strategy in her actions." "What in the world is the second princess thinking?" Nasquin muttered. "She's still a mere child," Lady Pretta countered. "That's the thing. It could end as mere child's play, or it could be something more. We have no idea how it will play out." Meanwhile, Carnephelia stood at the front of the banquet, smiling gracefully. "To all of you in attendance, thank you for coming to my birthday banquet," she announced. But inside, her thoughts were bitter. Their response is as frigid as I expected. I may be a powerless royal, but they should still show me a modicum of respect. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed. A wine glass had fallen and shattered. "My apologies," declared Marquis Reeve. "I've soiled the floor of the banquet hall. Now, we should all step back before the filth gets on our clothes." Marquis Michael Reeve, a loan shark who built his fortune on the suffering of the poor. Everyone knew he was a close ally of the second prince. Ever since he gained the emperor's trust, the gap between rich and poor only widened. Trua whispered, "Still, how could he act this way at your birthday banquet? It's rude and insolent," but Carnephelia calmly replied, "Don't worry, Trua." But Trua insisted. Carnephelia cut her off. "Sticks and stones won't break my bones. Remember the looks on their faces. There will come a day when they grovel at my feet." As Marquis Reeve stepped forward and leaned toward the princess, a man beside him said, "I was afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize you, Your Highness," he laughed. "But you were easy to spot, being the only one here with raven hair and purple eyes." Carnephelia replied coolly, "You must be Earl Renaud." He looked surprised. "You know my name?" "What an honor," she nodded, "and you're Earl Ingram." "And you must be Marquis Reeve," but in her mind, she scoffed, "A pimp, a drug lord, and a loan shark. I'm surrounded by trash." Still, she smiled and said, "Thank you all for coming tonight." Her thoughts continued to twist. Ironfried's filthy parasites, all gathered today at my banquet. It makes me want to puke. Nasquin, watching from the side, thought bitterly, "They're so blatantly rude. Did the emperor host this birthday banquet just to make the second princess a laughingstock of high society?" Lady Pretta added, "Everyone knows that Marquis Reeve supplies dirty money to the second prince. Come to think of it," she thought, "Carnephelia is surrounded by Ironfried's henchmen." Nasquin nodded solemnly. "That's the royal palace in a nutshell. I'm sure the second princess is used to this kind of treatment. She's not worthy to ascend the throne if she can't hold her own here." But Lady Pretta frowned. The second princess has no supporters to back her. If she crumbles here, she'll become a plaything for the emperor. And Ironfried will destroy her once and for all. However, I shouldn't get involved right now. There's nothing I can do and no reason to do so. Aloud, she muttered, "How cruel." "Let's go, Nasquin." As they turned to leave, she thought, "If I stay another minute, I'm going to say something I'll regret." Nasquin smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "I can almost read your mind. I hope the second princess survives this ordeal. If she proves herself to be worthy, the dukedom of Spenbach will offer our full support." Carnephelia then chuckled softly. "Oh, I almost forgot. My special guest is about to arrive. Please get ready to pay your respects." "What?" Marquis Reeve asked. "Did you say someone's coming?" Murmurs broke out across the room. "How can this be? Am I seeing things? Whoa, what is she doing here?" Arelletina Finch and Aston walked in gracefully. "I hope I'm not too late," she said. Carnephelia smiled. "You're right on time." "You look beautiful today," Arelletina said warmly. Carnephelia chuckled. "You're ever so kind." Arelletina glanced at her gown. "The dress I made for Marina Belle is finally put to good use. I'm sorry to come empty-handed to your birthday banquet," she added. "It's fine," Carnephelia replied. I'm glad you were able to make it today. Nonetheless, arelletina said, I'd like to express my gratitude for inviting me. Carnephelia answered kindly, say what you wish of me, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Well then, arelletina began, I do have a wish I'd like to ask of you. Will you become my never-setting moon, your highness? Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the royal palace, a guard glanced around. Why is there so much commotion? Who could it be at this hour? Then his eyes widened. That's all hail the second prince of Hellsdante, the voice rang out. Launfried Hellsdante, the second prince of Hellsdante, had returned. At the entrance of the southern banquet hall, the guards stood firmly in place. You cannot enter without an invitation, one said sternly. You have no choice but to head back, my lady, but the old woman was unfazed. Nanny stepped forward and shouted, Don't you know who I am? I'm the nanny of Her Highness, the second princess of Hellsdante. Even then, the guards hesitated. Even if you are, one replied, we still have to obey orders. Nanny lowered her voice, trying to appeal to them. Please, can't you make an exception? I brought the cake Her Highness enjoys every year on her birthday. I'm sure she'd love to have it today. The guards exchanged glances, thinking she was obnoxious. They had heard rumors that the second princess had let go of her nanny not too long ago. Was it a false rumor? Eventually, one of them gave in. Well then, please head on inside, Nanny smirked. Now that's more like it, the guards whispered among themselves. All royal nannies came from noble families. She wouldn't dare show her face unannounced unless. Inside the banquet hall, Carnephelia turned to arelletina and asked softly, Will you become my never-setting moon, your highness? It was more than a poetic phrase. In the empire, the emperor was the sun. The moon? That was the empress. So when the second princess uttered those words aloud in front of everyone, she was publicly asking arelletina to become her godmother and subtly proclaiming that she could become the next son of the empire. Arelletina was stunned. She called me her never-setting moon, in the dress I made for the daughter I lost. That's hardly a favor, she replied. We're merely trying to look out for one another. It would be my honor to be your moon, Carnephelia. Murmurs rippled across the crowd. Are they joining forces? Someone whispered. This isn't good. I'm sure she knows the second prince has a higher chance of ascending the throne. Is that why she called in the former empress? But Carnephelia stood tall. The moon of the empire shines bright in my sky, she said. As a member of the royal family in line to the throne, I pronounce to all gathered today, those who threaten me, those who threaten my people, and those who threaten to take my place, a curse, stronger than any blessing, shall be placed on their necks, hearts, and lungs, and it will eventually take away the meaning of their existence. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. It seems I came right on time for the festivities. The second prince had arrived. Son, a lady behind him called out, but he ignored her, smiling instead. I came on your behalf to celebrate the birthday of my half-sister. But now that you're here, why don't we enjoy the party together, your majesty? Oh, you're here too, Renabella. Yes, dear brother, Renabella giggled. Now then, the prince said. Let's say hello to our half-sister. His mother tried again. Son, you have yet to greet me properly, but he interrupted her coldly. Hold up, mother. I'll pay you an official visit after the banquet is over. His thoughts wandered as he entered the grand hall. This is the banquet hall father denied my mother. I see it now. The color scheme, the atmosphere, it reminds me of ex-empress arelletina. No wonder mother was dying of jealousy. Raven hair and violet eyes, named after a poisonous flower. I let her live because she wasn't worth my time or effort. But I didn't think she'd try to get in my way like this. Why isn't she on her guard? I could behead her with a mere flick of my wrist. That's strange, he said aloud, looking directly at Carnephelia. Aren't you frightened of me? He chuckled. How refreshing. Everyone trembles in my presence, but you seem so calm. And I can't read your thoughts at all. So interesting indeed. I hope you last longer than the former crown prince did. But Carnephelia answered gently, today is a day of celebration. Why don't we enjoy the banquet in peace? She remained composed, even as her inner thoughts stormed. All eyes are on us. I hope Her Highness doesn't lose her cool. I dreamed of this moment ever since I came back into the past. I thought it would be nerve-wracking, but I feel strangely detached. The former me would have trembled in fear. I might have cried. But now? Now I just feel a little sick in the stomach. What'd I do to swing my fist into that arrogant face of his right now? Well, the prince continued. I should have brought you some flowers for your birthday. Carnephelia smiled politely. It's the thought that counts. Renabella jumped up, cheeks red. Oh, Rennie has a present for you. I, the cute and lovely Renabella, am your birthday present, older sister. You love your present, right? The prince paused, confused. Sister? Did she just say older sister? Didn't expect that from Rennie. Carnephelia turned her eyes back to him. It's a bit of a shame, really. You were a bit late for the main event. Her Highness had just promised to be my never-setting moon. The prince blinked. Is that so? It's a shame that I missed the important moment. Then, glancing toward arelletina, he greeted her smoothly. Greetings, your Highness. I hope you've been well. His thoughts were anything but kind. So they decided to join forces now, did they? Arelletina nodded. I've been well. Thank you for asking. What about you, Ianfried? But inside, her fury boiled. How dare he greet me with a mere nod? Ianfried leaned in, murmuring near her ear. My life has been mundane ever since that incident. She stiffened. That incident, how dare he? Before she could react, Carnephelia gently grabbed her hand. She's right, it's not time yet. Ianfried pulled away and added casually, I was merely jesting. I've been strengthening the borders of our empire these past several years. You know I'm not the type to sit around doing nothing. Thanks to the blessing of our son, our borders and people are safe. I'm sure it will continue to be peaceful. Carnephelia tilted her head and asked, Do you have the blessing of foresight, your Highness? He blinked. What do you mean by that? Carnephelia chuckled. My apologies. It's just that your statement was so full of conviction. I thought you could see the future, since our vision of the future is so completely different. Unfortunately, I don't have the blessing of foresight, the prince admitted. But if I did, I'm sure my life would have been even more mundane. I would have known that His Majesty would put you in line to the throne. Same for this birthday banquet. Because of you, I was able to set foot in the southern banquet hall. It's more interesting because you can't foresee the future. Or are you too young to understand this? Carnephelia smiled gracefully. Is that so? I'd rather take a peek into the future so I could make the choice to change it. Do you still find foresight boring, your Highness? Someone mumbled. What does that mean? It sounds like the second princess was also blessed. The nanny, clearly irritated, thought, What's all this nonsense? The second princess has no blessing to speak of. I need to shut her up before she spews more lies, she quickly addressed. Your Highness, Carnephelia, surprised, said, Nanny. The nanny bowed and greeted them both. Greetings to His Highness and Her Highness. I'm so happy that you still remember me, Your Highness. But Carnephelia was thinking to herself, she still came crawling back after I gave her the boot. Aloud, she asked, What brings you here? The nanny cut in. Do you remember, Your Highness? I brought the same cake we shared together on your last birthday. We celebrated just the two of us in your quarters. There was no lavish birthday banquet filled with the members of high society back then. When we lit the candle on the cake, you cried tears of happiness. I never forgot that moment. So I had to bring it today. The second prince, observing from afar, thought, bringing up the memories of a lonely birthday party during a grand banquet hall prepared by His Majesty. She's just like Mother. The nanny continued, You put a big forkful into your mouth and gave me the biggest smile. I couldn't get it out of my mind, so I went and got the exact same cake for your birthday this year. Won't you accept my present, Your Highness? Oh, before I forget, we should make a wish together, too, Carnephelia thought. In the past, I would have shed tears of happiness and jumped into her arms. Unfortunately, that won't be happening this time around. Instead, she simply said, Thank you for the gift, Nanny. Just then, someone declared, All hail the son of the empire. Nanny turned, startled. His Majesty is here, and the mood shifted. Now then, the emperor declared, Shall we get things rolling? The prince's mother thought, I didn't expect His Majesty to attend the birthday banquet. What's gotten into him? That's not important. His Majesty is in the same room with the current and former Empress of Hellsdante. I'm a bit frightened. We can't leave now, I suppose. She greeted him formally, Your Majesty. He chuckled, haha. Are you here to celebrate carnephelia's birthday? How nice of you. She replied, Yes, Your Majesty. All the princes and princesses chimed in. Greetings to the forever son of the empire. Carnephelia smiled warmly. I'm honored to have you at my birthday banquet, Your Majesty. But the nanny, watching her closely, thought, this can't be. Why isn't she shaking in fear? She should be scared and trembling, bawling her eyes out. But she looks nonchalant, breezy even, and where did she get that dress? There wasn't much time to prepare for the banquet, so where did she find that beautiful dress? She really looks like the star of the banquet. Her birthday should have passed by quietly like before. How did it end up as a lavish banquet with His Majesty in attendance? The Emperor sneered. Children's banquets are tedious and mundane. Yet you asked me to come here. I didn't think you had the balls to do something like this. I can let you off the hook once, but you'd better have a good reason for calling me out once again. I did as you asked. I hope you'll keep me entertained. The second prince thought, how did she bring arelletina into this? Now, what will you do next, little sister? You'd better have a good reason for inviting the key members of high society. So, what choice will you make for your future? Carnephelia smiled and addressed the room confidently, Your Majesty. I solemnly swear here and now to pursue what I promised you the last time we met. It's an honor to have all of you present today to celebrate my 8th birthday. A lavish banquet, gifts, and welcoming words. And last but not least, the presence of the son of our empire. I'll wield the power you gave me the best I can, and then some. So please wait and see how it all maps out. The emperor replied, You must be referring to what we discussed the last time we met. Understood. I look forward to what happens next. The second prince's mother watched with rage and thought, what is it about the little twat? He's never shown any kind of affection for my son and daughter. So why is he all smiles with the little by *ch? She began to speak, But arelletina interrupted, Your Majesty. We're gathered here to celebrate Carnephelia's birthday. You gave her a wonderful birthday banquet. How about a congratulatory speech, Your Majesty? The emperor looked at her and said, You look especially beautiful today. Then he pulled her close and embraced her. Startled, she gasped, Oh, Your Majesty. We're still in the middle of a banquet. The second prince's mother was burning with fury. How dare that? Her son warned her calmly, Mother? You know now's not the time, right? Do try to refrain. The emperor beamed. It's been ages since I was able to enjoy a banquet with my lovely wife. Bring me a glass. Arelletina smiled sweetly. Everything looks delicious. Enjoy the food, Carnephelia. She replied, I will. Then Carnephelia turned her gaze. Nanny? The nanny answered, Yes, Your Highness. Carnephelia said gently, I'd like a slice of the birthday cake you brought me. Surprised, the nanny asked, You do? The second prince observed carefully. What is she trying to do now? Carnephelia chuckled and said, Your Majesty, Nanny brought the same cake she prepared for me on my last birthday. To remember the time we shared, I'd like to have a piece of the cake she brought today. The nanny hesitated but responded, It won't be as delicious as the one the royal chef has prepared for you. But it's your birthday, so do as you see fit. Carnephelia thanked her, Thank you. Then she spoke with grace. Last year, I didn't expect that I would be celebrating my 8th birthday so lavishly. It almost feels like a dream. Once again, I thank everyone here for attending my birthday banquet. May our God's blessing be with all of you. She took a bite of the cake. Arelletina smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations, Carnephelia. But suddenly, Carnephelia began coughing. Arelletina's expression changed to shock. The cake slipped from her hands and fell to the floor. I want to show everyone attending my birthday that we're a force to be reckoned with, Your Highness, Carnephelia said with determination. Feel free to exaggerate your actions. We need to do whatever it takes to show Ironfried's followers that we won't be pushed aside. Arelletina chuckled. Is that why you asked me to treat my husband like I used to? Carnephelia replied, Yes. Please show the world the real moon of the empire. Make it known that you're the rightful empress of Hellsdante. To do so, I'm going to convince father to host my birthday banquet in the southern banquet hall. You can leave this part up to me. All you need to do is trust me and look your best at the party. Arelletina, quietly analyzing her, thought, she has everything mapped out, but doesn't delve into the details. She then said softly, trust you, carnephelia. Suddenly, blood began to drip from carnephelia's mouth. Arelletina shouted, carnephelia. Trua called out, Your Highness. Carnephelia shakily raised her hand and pointed directly at the nanny. Why? Why did you do this, nanny? And just like that, the banquet erupted into chaos. The emperor commanded, seal the banquet hall. The mothers of the princes and princesses were shaken. What is the meaning of this? His Majesty must suspect that the culprit is in the room. What if they decide to poison us too? I'm scared. One woman accused, is this your doing? How dare you do such a thing without permission? Nanny, visibly trembling, insisted, no, it isn't me. I didn't do it. Arelletina wept, holding carnephelia. No. Wake up, little one. You must open your eyes. A servant approached. Your Highness, it'd be best to return to your quarters. Enraged, Arelletina grit her teeth and shouted, Are you going to sit and watch again? Are you going to let my child die before my eyes again, Your Majesty? Will you turn a blind eye like you did before? The emperor growled. Go fetch the royal physician. Yes, Your Majesty, the servant replied. When the physician arrived, he examined carnephelia and declared, she's been poisoned by the carnephelia flower, Your Majesty. The emperor was taken aback. Nobles began to murmur, poisoned on her birthday by the flower she was named after. She's so unlucky. Thus is the life of a cursed princess. Ahem. How can someone be so unlucky? It's the curse. Just take a look at the color of her hair. She should have known her place. She's paying the price for her greed. When will we be able to leave the banquet hall? Lady Pretta, disgusted, whispered. Do you hear them? Those nobles are treating this as if it were a piece of juicy gossip. The life of an 8-year-old child is in danger, and that's all they have to say? How vile. Nasquin reassured her. Don't worry. The emperor will get to the bottom of this. But she asked, what makes you think he will? Nasquin replied, if he doesn't, everyone is going to think he's the one behind it. Upon the request of Her Highness Arelletina, the second princess was moved, not to her own quarters, but to the royal palace for treatment. In the meantime, the emperor ordered everyone to remain inside the banquet hall. Although he had a strong suspicion about who the culprit was, Emperor Curade hesitated in taking action. I hope you know what you were getting yourself into, he said aloud. If you didn't, you'll have to face the consequences. Empress. The empress panicked. Your Majesty, it wasn't me. This wasn't my doing, he snapped. Why can't you be more meticulous in your actions? You should try to be more like your son. The emperor knew that there would be an uproar if the second princess met her death, like the first prince and princess. However, if he announced that the empress was behind the poisoning, the reputation of the royal family would take a devastating blow. He thought grimly, it's not good either way. Who should I choose to be the scapegoat? Then, Renabella said cheerfully, Rennie is having trouble understanding, Your Majesty. Confused, he asked, What do you mean? She replied innocently, I don't understand why everyone is being so fussy. I know my sister will get better soon. She told me her nanny gives her medicine every single day. That means my sister will be able to recover quickly, doesn't it? The nanny shouted in confusion, Your Highness. Your Majesty, I had nothing to do with this. The second prince stepped forward. Come to think of it, you brought that cake to the banquet, Lady Vet. Well, Nanny stammered, I didn't bake it myself. All I did was order it from the AIM pastry shop. My sister collapsed after taking a bite of that cake, he stated coldly. Grab her. Yes, Your Highness, the guards responded. Nanny screamed, it wasn't me. I'm being framed, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a small bottle fell from the nanny's pocket. The second prince asked coldly, How can you deny it when the evidence is right in front of us, Lady Vet? This is obviously a bottle of poison, the emperor said without hesitation, right this minute. Send the knights to the second princess's quarters and bring me evidence that she was being poisoned. Yes, Your Majesty, the knights obeyed. Meanwhile, at the emperor's palace, Lady Pretta entered the room and said, May the blessing of our God be with you, Your Highness. Pretta Spenbach of House Spenbach at your service, Arelletina asked, How did you find your way to the royal palace? She thought. The Hellsdante Empire and the Dukedom of Spenbach aren't on best of terms. So how did she come here alone, without guards? How reckless of her. Aloud, she asked, "So what brings you here?" Lady Pretta faltered for a moment before speaking. "I wish to offer my services. I can use my divine power to purify the poison in her body." The second princess's quarters were quiet, eerily so. LL rolled a wooden can across the floor, thinking, the room is so white, it feels like a mental institute. Carnephelia's voice echoed in her memory. "When the emperor shows up to the banquet, I want you to go to my quarters, LL. Then burn it down, until there's nothing left but ashes." That would be the best birthday present, ever. She had flared with unsettling calm. Outside her palace, a commander spotted smoke. "Wait, is that a fire? Get water from the nearby well. We must put the fire out." Another responded immediately, "Yes, sir." The commander narrowed his eyes as he spotted a girl dashing from the palace grounds. "Who goes there?" "That uniform. She's from the empress's palace." "Stop," he shouted. "You two follow me. The rest of you, focus on putting out the fire." "Yes, sir," came the reply. Meanwhile, LL hid behind a tree, breath shallow. She thought, "Your Highness, I hope you haven't fallen into danger while I've been gone." At that moment, in the emperor's palace, Arelletina asked, "Divine power?" Lady Pretta calmly replied, "The Hell's Dance received blessings from God, whereas the Spenbachs were given the divine power." Arelletina narrowed her gaze. "Do you know the gravity of your statement just now?" "I'm sure you know that the Empire and the Dukedom aren't on the best of terms," Lady Pretta replied firmly. "The most important thing right now is saving Her Highness the Second Princess's life." "Don't you agree with me, Your Highness?" After a moment, Arelletina relented. "All right. Go ahead." Pretta smiled softly. "Thank you for placing your trust in me, Your Highness." She raised her hand and placed it over Carnephelia's head. Arelletina watched, astonished. "So that's the divine power." Lady Pretta, however, frowned. "How strange. Her body is showing signs of recovery, yet she still remains unconscious." She looked to Arelletina. "Your Highness, please keep talking to the princess." Nodding, Arelletina held Carnephelia's hand. "Wake up, Carnephelia. It's far from over. There's so much more left for us to do." Within Carnephelia's mind, something stirred. "What is this?" she thought. "This is my former self." Then a man with yellow hair spoke. "Good thinking, Spenbach. I hereby give permission for Carnephelia Hellsdante to wed helis Spenbach." Carnephelia's heart sank. "No, this isn't what I wanted." The man continued, "I'll withdraw the army, like I promised." "Thank you," Helis began, but the man interrupted. "Now that you're a Hellsdante, I must give you some sort of gift." "Oh, I have the most perfect news. At dawn today, I received news that Lady Spenbach, acting head of House Spenbach, passed away. Congratulations, Helis. You're officially the Duke of Spenbach." Carnephelia's eyes widened. "Your Highness." The man smirked. "I expected you to be happier about the news, Carnephelia. It means you'll become the next Duchess of Spenbach. Due to the unfortunate events that took place in the dukedom, we should skip the formalities like a dowry or wedding ceremony. Very kind of me, wouldn't you agree? But I do wish you'll take good care of my sister. She may be a half-blood, but she's still under my care." Carnephelia gently touched Helis's shoulder. "Helis," he quietly replied, "I'm fine, Your Highness." A butler then stepped forward. His Majesty kindly buried the bones of the former Duke and Duchess of Spenbach within the royal cemetery. We've prepared 100 white flowers for the funeral. Please feel free to place some upon their graves." Carnephelia walked toward the flowers, reaching to pick them up, but Helis blocked her. "I can take care of this. Why don't you give me the flower and go wait in the carriage?" Carnephelia thought, "I'm sad. I'm so sad, but I know my apology isn't enough. These tragic events happened because of me," she whispered. "I'll do that, my lord." Then came the announcement. "Duke Spenbach, you will be under confinement at the family estate for a year. You are prohibited from going out to overlook the dukedom. Her Highness the Second Princess of Hellsdante will be in charge of the dukedom during this time. To show your loyalty to the Empire of Hellsdante, the Dukedom of Spenbach will report its financial earnings to the Empire for the next decade. If Her Highness the Second Princess of Hellsdante is threatened or mistreated in any way during this time, the Empire will hold the Duke accountable. Congratulations on your coronation, Your Majesty. The second prince appeared with a smug smile. If it isn't my lovely sister and her husband. I hope you've been well. From the reports I've received, it seems the two of you hardly spend any time together. I hope things are well between the two of you, Carnephelia stammered, Your Majesty. It's not like that, the nobles began to whisper among themselves. His Majesty has a sharp sense of humor. But it got me wondering myself. It's not easy for them to be affectionate in public. That is true, haha. Look at the expression on His Grace's face. Could it be just nerves? A short kiss would be more than enough. They're a married couple, after all. Someone snapped, Shush. Just shut up, another shouted, Why can't you all just shut up? Carnephelia's thoughts screamed, I took away all the things my husband ever loved. And all I was left with was a shell of the man he used to be. This is all my fault. This happened because I was weak, then came her declarations, one after another. This is a royal order. The Duke of Spenbach will lead the army and destroy those who dare to covet the Hellsdante Empire. This is a royal order. The Dukedom of Spenbach shall provide funds to save the citizens of Hellsdante who suffer from famine. This is a royal order. Duke Spenbach will lead the overseas delegation and forge trade treaties with neighboring countries. Royal order. Royal order, order, order. She broke. Just kill me instead. You can end my life, but please, set my husband free. The second prince only chuckled. You amuse me to no end, dear sister. Carnephelia trembled. I'll do anything. I'll do everything you want. So please, please leave him alone. I beg you, Your Majesty, he replied. It breaks my heart to see you in tears, dear sister. The Duke must be punished for causing such heartache. Carnephelia's thoughts twisted in agony. No, this isn't what I wanted. If I could only turn back time, I would never bring helis up to Ride. No. If I could make sure that our paths never cross, then I would make sure to never meet him again. I would just watch him from afar. I would never dream of being by his side, the blessings and the curse of Hellsdante. I don't give a damn anymore. My sins aren't worth forgiving, I know. I'll kill Ride with my own two hands. Then, I'll end the life of the person who caused Heli such pain, myself. Lady Pretta smiled softly, noticing the faint blush on Carnephelia's face. There's color in her cheeks. She'll be waking up any minute now. Arelletina, standing nearby, bowed her head slightly. We're indebted to you, Lady Spenbach. Will you be heading back to the dukedom now? But Lady Pretta shook her head gently. No, I'd like to stay until Her Highness is fully recovered. Arelletina nodded in understanding. I see. Deep in thought, Lady Pretta considered. She wishes to talk to Carnephelia when she gains consciousness. She then said aloud, Well then, please give Her Highness my regards when she wakes up. I hope to visit you again soon. She turned, opened the door, and stepped outside. Nasquin greeted her immediately. Your divine powers were so bright, it lit up the entire room. I was on my toes, she chuckled. You're too funny. I hope you kept watch. Was there anyone suspicious? Nasquin replied. A servant just passed by. I'm not sure whether they recognized me or not, but I don't want to take any chances. All right, let's make haste. Elsewhere, the prince was taken aback. Are you saying Lady Spenbach was at the banquet? A servant bowed and confirmed, Yes, there are witnesses. The prince thought to himself, both Lady Spenbach and I were present at the banquet, yet all eyes were on the second princess? Interesting. The second princess is just a child, yet she managed to capture the attention of the nobles at the banquet. He asked, So where is Lady Spenbach? The servant hesitated. Well, no one has seen her since the banquet. The prince laughed mockingly. Haha, do you think she became lost? But then he pondered, what is Lady Spenbach up to? Where could she be? She would be walking in circles without the help of an insider. She probably has Dargent helping her out. His expression shifted. Did you say Lady Vet is confined in the dungeon? Again he thought. Lady Vet will cause a ruckus if I went to see her. With a sly smile, he said, "I'll pay a visit to Mother first." The servant responded, "We'll make the preparations, Your Highness." Just then, the door burst open and a maid shouted, "Your Highness." The prince frowned. "How dare you barge into my room in this fashion?" The maid gasped, "My apologies, Your Highness. But word is that the second princess has gained consciousness." The royal physician proclaimed that she couldn't have recovered without a blessing, and she's heading over to visit the empress with Her Highness arelletina. "What?" the prince muttered, then thought angrily, "Well, look at that. How dare she bring up the blessing? You have no right to a blessing, half-blood brat." Meanwhile, in the empress's chamber, she snapped, "What did you say? Didn't you say that she just regained consciousness? Why is she coming to see me? She should be in bed recovering. How annoying." The maids bowed and said, "They're nearly here, Your Majesty. What will you have us do?" The empress shouted, "What do you mean?" "You should send them," but then she paused. "Wait. All I need to do is convince the brat to take my side. If I take her under my wing, she will testify for me, not against me. I can frame Lady Vet. Then I'll be free of all charges. She's still a young thing. I'm sure she'll do as I say if I show her a bit of mercy." She said calmly, "It's fine. When the second princess arrives, show her to my dining room." "Yes, Your Majesty," the maids replied. In the empress's dining room, she chuckled, "You were asleep for quite some time, so I prepared something for you to eat. Being unconscious takes up more energy than you'd think, don't you agree? I made sure to use the healthiest ingredients. Please enjoy yourself." But internally, she thought bitterly, what is she staring at the food like that? I deigned to prepare food for her. Carnephelia asked quietly, "You prepared a feast for me, Your Majesty." Arelletina quickly interjected, "You don't have to eat, Carnephelia." The empress erupted, "How dare you tell her not to eat the food that I personally prepared? I prepared the food especially for the second princess. How dare you?" Her thoughts raced, that beat ch. She's on her high horse after receiving the attention of His Majesty, asterisk. Carnephelia bowed her head. "My apologies, Your Majesty. Her Highness didn't mean to be rude, she said it because she's worried for me." "Please don't be angry, Your Majesty." The empress blinked, surprised. Worried, Carnephelia explained, "I always fell ill after my meals. So eating is difficult for me." The empress softened. "Oh, you poor thing," but in her mind, she scoffed. For someone who received a blessing, she seems to be rather frail. She won't stand a chance against my Ian-bride. Carnephelia then said, "I heard you were in a plight because of me, Your Majesty. That's why I came here as soon as I woke up." The empress nodded. "How clever of you." "Yes, I was put in a spot because of what happened." Carnephelia's eyes sharpened. "I have just one question for you, Your Majesty." "Do you wish me dead, Your Majesty?" The empress gasped. "What do you mean by that?" Carnephelia asked again. "Does that mean you want me alive?" The empress quickly said, "You are His Majesty's child, like my son and daughter. Of course I wish for you to be healthy. I'm innocent. I've never ordered anyone to feed you poison." But inside, she was fuming. "Why do I feel like I'm being interrogated? How annoying." Carnephelia smiled. "That's all I needed to hear, Your Majesty. Now then, will you give me permission to find the culprit? Who dared to poison me and frame the Empress of Hellsdante, so I can punish them as I see fit?" The Empress blinked. You wish to clear my name?" Carnephelia smiled sweetly. "Sinners must be punished for their evil deeds." The Empress pretended to be touched. "I'm touched that you wish to personally clear my name. You can do as you see fit." A moment later, in the Empress's hallway, arelletina looked at Carnephelia with concern. "Wasn't that stressful for you? Maybe we should have gone to His Majesty instead." But Carnephelia shook her head with a faint smile. "No, it was the right time to visit Her Majesty. Anyways, did the person who saved me go back safely?" Arelletina asked carefully. "Would you like to meet them once this is over?" Carnephelia exhaled. "No, I don't want to meet them." Her thoughts drifted. "There's only one type of divine power that could have pushed the poison out of my body. I don't deserve to receive help from the Spenbach family. I don't want them to get involved." Suddenly, the prince appeared. "So the rumors were true. Your cheeks have color, and you seem to be able to walk and talk. And you got enough energy to stare at me with your violet eyes. You're really alive. So, did you manage to meet my mother? The second prince asked casually. Carnephelia gave a faint smile and replied, I needed her permission for something. And I was just on my way to interrogate the culprit. Were you waiting for me? You're too kind. The prince chuckled darkly. Haha, you have some nerve. Who do you think you are? You have no blessing to speak of, so why are you purposely trying to get on my nerves? But Carnephelia remained calm. I don't see why you're so curious. Now that I have the right to ascend the throne, you'll find out soon enough whether I received a blessing or not. Now then, I'll be on my way, big brother. I'm quite busy. See ya. Watching her walk away, the prince's heart began to race. Unlike the first prince, she's quite feisty. I like it. Don't disappoint me, half-sister. Arelletina, concerned, asked, Are you sure you can manage on your own, Carnephelia? Carnephelia reassured her, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. She made her way to the prison and stood before a cell. Facing the woman inside, she greeted, Hello, nanny. Oh, I nearly forgot. Lady Evelyn Vett, the older woman, looked up in shock. Your Highness, Carnephelia smiled, a calm menace behind her words. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you shocked that I'm alive? The cell is nice and clean. Consider yourself lucky that you're confined here. Panic set into the nanny's voice. Your Highness, please relay my message to His Majesty. I was framed. It's all a misunderstanding, Carnephelia asked. What do you mean? Nanny cried out. I fed you and bathed you for 8 years. There's no way I'd try to poison you. You know I would never do such a thing. Wait, was it all an act? Did you pretend to collapse and vomit blood? How can you be alive after imbibing poison? Did you pretend to be poisoned? Did you do this to frame me? Who is it? Who told you to put the blame on me? Carnephelia stared at her coldly. You still don't get it, do you? Or are you in denial? Nanny stammered. What? Carnephelia's smile grew sharper. The Carnephelia you know is long gone. Nanny trembled, thinking to herself, she's gone mad. She started to lose it on the day she went to see His Majesty. I need to talk to Her Majesty. I have nothing to say to a liar like you. Carnephelia's voice cut through her thoughts. Asking for Her Majesty is futile. You'll die anyways. You see, she just gave me permission to do with you as I see fit. Ho dash, Nanny gasped in horror. There's no way Her Majesty would give you permission to kill me. In desperation, she shouted. Her Majesty was the one who ordered me to feed you poison. I'm sure you had no idea. So stop lying to my face. Carnephelia clapped mockingly. Oh, that? Did you think I was clueless? I knew all along that Her Majesty sent an assassin and used you to poison me. And I've known for some time that everyone in the palace had been turning a blind eye. I'm no idiot. Her Majesty gave me permission to kill you because she realized that I knew the truth. She leaned in slightly. Having said that, the question remains. How should I dispose of you? Nanny, nearly defeated, whispered, I only did as I was told. How could I defy the orders of Her Majesty? Carnephelia nodded slowly. I know. I'm sure you had no choice, with your life being on the line. I do understand. That's why I gave you a chance, Nanny. What? Nanny asked, confused. Carnephelia's expression turned grave. You should have run when I relieved you of your duty. That was your chance to make your escape. So why did you return to the palace? You should have made most of your opportunity. I hope you learned your lesson. This is only the beginning. For all the drama you caused, the result is rather disappointing. A voice broke the silence. That's not true. It was worth putting my life on the line. It was the Emperor. Worth it, my ass. It was rather tedious. Anyways, what brings you here? Carnephelia turned to him. I have a favor to ask of you, Your Majesty. The Emperor raised a brow. Your brazenness never fails to amaze me. Speak. What is it that you want from me? She answered, I want you to halt the investigation on the poisoning attempt. He mused. We don't want high society gossiping about Her Majesty, as it would hurt the reputation of the royal family. Carnephelia continued. I gained consciousness and am doing better now. If I keep silent, the gossip will eventually die down. The Emperor warned, that means that some will view you as weak. Carnephelia smiled knowingly. That's exactly what I was hoping for, Your Majesty. Lastly, she added, I'd like you to hand over the evidence you've collected to Her Highness arelletina. Wait, I thought of another favor to ask of you, haha. Regarding the punishment of Evelyn Vett, I believe cutting off her tongue will be sufficient. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Don't you want her head on a platter? Carnephelia responded coolly, oh, but I'm also a Hellsdante, father. Death is too easy. It's better to make them suffer for the rest of their lives. I want her to fear me as long as we're both alive. The Emperor let out a laugh. Huh, that does seem like something a Hellsdante would conjure up. Now then, I know this isn't what you came here for. What is it that you really want from me? I'm all ears. So tell me, what else do you wish of me? The Emperor raised an eyebrow. A deal? You dare to propose a deal to the Emperor of Hellsdante? Carnephelia smiled calmly. It's only possible because I know my place. I know you could strip my right to ascend the throne at any given moment. The Emperor scoffed. You're quite the smooth talker, but internally, he was intrigued. Yes, I believe you're capable of going against Ianride. As impudent as you may be. He finally said, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear you out. Carnephelia began, well then. I'll start by making sure the Empress isn't blamed for my poisoning. Her reputation will remain intact. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Is that what you think I want? The Empress's reputation. His voice hardened. The Emperor didn't make Dicella Empress because he loves her. He did it to placate the followers of Ianride. And here lies the fundamental problem of the royal family of Hellsdante. The nobility of Hellsdante have no respect for the royal family. To them, we are pawns they use to ensure they maintain their power. The nobles who pledged allegiance to Curate switched to Ianride after the death of the first prince. To them, the real leader of Hellsdante was Tanride. And that meant the Emperor is the head of state in name only. Having said that, what Curate Hellsdante wants most? Carnephelia continued, secondly, I plan on getting the Chinaston family back on the political map. Also, I'll bring you a letter of attorney from Marquis Zentiad. The Emperor frowned. I don't know where you heard his name, but I hope you realize how ridiculous you sounded just now. In case you don't know, Zentiad, she interrupted, yes, he's ill and bedridden. I know. I also know he was one of your loyal subjects. The Emperor was silent for a moment. Continue on, Carnephelia said, I'll also collect the stolen money from Marquis Gordonshall and hand it over to you, Your Majesty. The Emperor sighed. That's enough. I've heard enough of your wishes, Carnephelia. And lastly, Royal Chamberlain, see the second princess out. But Carnephelia added, I hope to reduce the number of nobles by half until the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. Right now, the thing Curate Hellsdante wants most is to strengthen the power of the royal family. He's too old to regain his power, so he started pitting the royal family against each other. The weaker nobles are eliminated along the way. But he didn't expect Ianride to kill the first prince and princess. And ever since, Ianride made sure no one challenged him until, I know I'm your only hope. She looked directly at him. You have nothing to lose, Your Majesty. I am just a girl, Your Majesty, but I don't make empty promises. The Emperor stared, stunned. How can a mere child plan something so grandiose and be so confident about it? And everything she proposed is exactly what I was wishing for. The increase in nobility has weakened the royal family. Reducing their numbers may seem ideal, but it makes sense. At that moment, someone elsewhere exclaimed, only a blessing could have saved Her Highness, and the Emperor's thoughts continued. Did she happen to map out her miraculous survival too? She's right, I have nothing to lose. Even Ianride wouldn't have the guts to come up with such a proposal. Oh, I so look forward to this. He smirked. Fine. So tell me, what's in it for you? Carnephelia smiled. Well, I'll tell you every time I meet one of the goals I propose to you. Meanwhile, somewhere in the capital city, a girl in a yellow dress rushed through the streets, breathless with excitement. This is an exclusive, she thought. Poisoned at her own birthday banquet after gaining the right to ascend the throne, they must have captured the culprit, since they let us leave the banquet hall. From what I heard, it seemed her former nanny had given her poisoned cake. On what should have been the most glorious birthday party ever, the princess fell to the floor, poisoned. Not only that, Prince Ianfried and Princess Renabella were in attendance. There will be another bloodbath in the royal palace. She grinned. Now, which newspaper shall I sell this precious piece of information to? Then she paused. Wait. They wanted me to spread gossip first. I received a dress and an invitation a few days ago. The letter was anonymous. But it was a proposal I couldn't refuse. The sender had one simple request. I was to remember the details of the night and spread the news throughout the empire. Thankfully, it was fairly easy to enter the venue, as the second princess hardly has any followers. I know nothing about formal etiquette. The moon of the empire shines bright in my sky. Thanks to the second princess, who was the center of attention, it was easy for me to move around undercover. The only thing that worries me is that I have no idea why they chose me to spread the news. But if they want someone to spread the news, they chose the right person. That night, at a local pub, a boy shouted, "What do you mean by that? The second princess? Isn't that Princess Renabella?" A woman corrected him. "You have it all wrong. Princess Renabella is the third princess." The boy blinked. "So, are you saying this second princess had a birthday banquet today at the palace?" "Hey, Natalie. How did you know all this?" Natalie chuckled. "Oh, I have my ways. Everyone who attended the party has been talking non-stop about it. Isn't that weird? Why did His Majesty suddenly give the second princess the right to ascend the throne? Was it mere coincidence that the second prince happened to attend the birthday banquet? And who was it that tried to poison the second princess at her own birthday party? Who tried to kill the second princess of Hellsdante? And why did the palace send the participants home without conducting a thorough investigation?" The boy hesitated. And Natalie leaned in, eyes gleaming. "Doesn't it make you wonder?" The first thing Ianfried did when he came of age was media control. All media focused on churning out positive propaganda for Ianfried, and the public, who had limited access to information, believed the lies and revered Ianfried as if he were a god. The crown prince saw a continuous surge in popularity, and everyone believed that he would be the most powerful emperor Hellsdante had ever seen. The public, not knowing the ugly truth, dreamed of living a prosperous life under his reign. But there was one person who sought to tell the truth to the public. Reports about the second prince's violent behavior began to surface, signs of a tyrant, they said. Disturbing behavior not fit for the future empire, with over 627 palace staff murdered that year. That person who dared to speak up was Natalie. Headlines screamed, "Second princess collapses during banquet. Is the royal family to blame?" And Lanfried's behavior is starting to get out of hand. Is he going overboard to protect his right to the throne amidst all the chaos? Natalie was the only person who wrote about carnephelia in a positive light. Yet more headlines came. His Majesty Ianfried joins forces with Marquis Gordonchal. Possibilities of embezzlement, trying to strengthen his power in an illegal fashion. Ianfried was furious. "Find the person who wrote this and bring them to me," he ordered. "Yes, Your Highness," his servants obeyed. When he finally stood face to face with her, he smirked. "Haha, so it's you. I'm happy to finally meet you. I don't know what made you believe you could get away with writing lies about me," but Natalie smirked right back. "The honor is all mine, Your Majesty. I've been busy thanks to Your Majesty." He cut to the chase, throwing a bag of gold coins at her. "I'll make it worth your while if you write what I ask of you," but Natalie stood firm. "Your deal with Marquis Gordonchal must be worth it. But the public has the right to know the truth. How can you be a just emperor when your reign is based on lies?" Ianfried burst into laughter. "Ha ha, a just emperor, did you say? Do I look like I'm interested in being just?" In her previous life, Natalie was deemed a traitor and beheaded for defamation and spreading falsities about the royal family. News quickly reached Arelletina. "The empress must be in a panic right now. I'm sure the second prince is busy himself. His Majesty must be feeling a bit troubled. He wanted to keep the details under wraps, yet it's spreading like wildfire." Carnephelia smiled to herself. Her Majesty Arelletina looked rather pleased with the situation. She had been depressed and miserable for years. This little victory seemed to have energized her. News about Evelyn Vet will reach the Empress's ears soon, and that will keep her quiet, Carnephelia said. "Oh, that's right," Arelletina replied. "Anyhow, what do you think of your hair? You're not fully recovered. Don't wear yourself out. Carnephelia promised, I promise. Carnephelia walked toward the emperor's room with LL. I'm here to see his royal majesty, she told the chamberlain. He's waiting for you, he replied. The doors opened. She stepped in and greeted, greetings to the forever son of our empire, but the emperor interrupted her, furious. So that was what you wanted to show me? Your little act. Carnephelia smiled sweetly. I have no idea what you're referring to, your majesty. No idea? Huh? Are you saying this is all a mere coincidence? Headlines echoed in his mind. Second princess vomits blood at own birthday banquet. Will she be able to beat death and compete with the second prince for the throne? Will there be more bloodshed in the royal palace, and the second princess on brink of death after making her grand debut? Will she recover? Betrayed by one of her own. Is the second princess's nanny behind the poisoning attempt? The emperor thought bitterly. She made sure the newspapers ran off with the story. There was a reason why Ianfried wanted to kill her in his previous life. Do you have anything to say for yourself? He shouted. Carnephelia remained calm. Your Majesty. I have never set foot outside the palace since my poisoning. Actually, I've never stepped foot outside the palace since I was born. So how would I plan such a thing, as if it were a mere coincidence? Take a good look. Look how malnutrition weakened my body. See the remnants of poisoning on my skin. You'll realize that I am in no condition to sneak away from the palace. What would I gain by releasing those articles, Your Majesty? It portrays me as the subject of people's gossip. Are they going to recognize me? The emperor looked at her, stunned. You're quite convincing. Get those papers out of my sight. Carnephelia stepped forward. Is death the only way? Death? Are you asking if I'll kill you? The emperor asked. No, I'm referring to my staff, who are being held in prison, she replied. What, you want to strike a deal for their lives, too? They would make the perfect scapegoats. Please allow me to do with them as I see fit, the emperor sighed. Fine. Do as you wish. I'm forever grateful, Your Majesty. Now then, if I may take my leave, Your Majesty, he muttered, you only stay long enough to say what you wish. How very annoying. Wouldn't dare. I'll be taking my leave now. As she turned to go, Carnephelia flinched. One last thing, the emperor said. I have heard the most interesting news. When you were fighting for your life in bed, I hear there was a burst of gold light from your bedroom. What do you know about it? Carnephelia thought fast. I can't get Lady Spenbach or the dukedom involved. I have to make sure he doesn't connect the dots, so she replied, it's the Golden Palace for a reason. It is made entirely of gold. It only makes sense that it would give off a golden glow, the emperor smirked. Is that so? Understood. You may take your leave. Carnephelia stepped outside. LL, I need you to find someone for me. It has to be secret, so make sure you aren't caught. You have to move with the utmost discretion. The emperor seems to have caught on, so I need to come up with plan B. In the dark, damp dungeon of the royal palace, Carnephelia stood calmly, her lips curled into a gentle, mocking smile. Your Highness, she said softly. You look like you just saw a ghost. But I'm very much alive. Her gaze drifted over the broken expressions before her. It also looks like you haven't eaten or slept properly for days. Tears welled up in Trua's eyes as she called out, Your Highness. Carnephelia chuckled at the sight. Trua, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Trua's voice trembled with relief. I'm so glad you're fully recovered, Your Highness. I was so worried. Carnephelia looked at her, a question heavy in her heart. Why? I threatened you and used you. So why are you so genuinely worried for me? Your Highness, Trua's voice broke. We were also worried about you, Your Highness. Carnephelia's lips curled into a smirk. You must have been shocked to hear that I made a speedy recovery. I'm sure you all hoped that I'd suffer longer. Trua flinched and shouted, That's not true. We never dreamed of such a thing. But Carnephelia's voice turned cold. You all turned a blind eye whenever Evelyn Vet mixed poison into my food and drink. Did you think I would be oblivious about it forever? Whispers filled the room. Someone murmured, Did she know all along? What should we do? Are we all going to die here? Are you going to punish us, Your Highness? A voice echoed in the shadows, Ianfried. He stepped forward with a smirk. Their punishment will be death, am I right? Carnephelia's eyes widened. Ianfried. A maid cried out, Your Highness. He's here to spare us. His Highness came to our rescue. Ianfried looked around with indifference. Why is everyone still alive? I would have killed them all off by now. Are you really going to let them off the hook? That's no fun. Carnephelia answered firmly. It should be punishment, rather than death. She narrowed her eyes. I should give them a chance to redeem themselves. Ianfried tilted his head, amused. You really think that will work? I know you don't. I know you want to kill them here and now. You want to rip them apart into tiny little pieces so they feel the pain you went through, tenfold. Am I wrong? His words sliced through the air like daggers. They got a kick out of watching you vomit blood. And you still want to give them another chance? They have no remorse for their actions. So why are you hesitating? Why in the world do you want to let them live? Is it pity? Or is there something that I don't know about? Carnephelia's voice was calm, but resolute. If that's what you believe, I have even more reason to spare their lives. I have no intention of doing what you wish of me, dear brother. Ianfried's expression hardened. What did you say? She looked him in the eye. I'll take care of this as I see fit. He laughed, a cold, bitter laugh. Well, I felt this way with my deceased half-brother, but so many of my siblings are too weak to be a true Hellsdante. You're all too nice. Yet they all treated me as if they could get the best of me. Why are you so overly confident? He wondered. Do you have the support of father? Arelletina? Or someone I don't know about? It doesn't matter. I'd do anything to wipe that arrogant look off her face and fill it instead with dread and despair. He spoke with a twisted grin. You're an interesting one, half-sister. I hope you continue to be my source of entertainment. I'm tired of washing the blood of my siblings off my hands. So please, carry on with what you've been doing. Carnephelia clenched her fists. Did he come to irritate me? If so, it worked. She recalled the sight of Evelyn Vett, her tongue sliced off. In her final words, Evelyn had insisted that she wasn't the one behind the poisoning. Quite strange, right? Since I hardly have any visitors in my palace. If it isn't Evelyn, then who could have fed me poison? Trua suddenly cried out in fear. It wasn't us. Another added, that's right. We were just keeping an eye on you. We did as we were told by Lady Vett. Please spare us, Your Highness. The fault is ours. Someone else said desperately, we'll take any punishment you dole out. So please. Carnephelia looked at them, puzzled. I thought they would deny their actions. So why are they fessing up? What are they so afraid of? I'm sure it's not me. And then it hit her. I see. This is why he came to see me in the dungeon. That bastard. How dare he look down upon me like that? But then again, I guess he has every reason to. She straightened and spoke clearly. Let them go. A guard immediately responded, Yes, Your Highness. A maid gasped. Your Highness. You're letting us free? Carnephelia nodded. I don't want everyone here to die. But His Majesty, Her Majesty Arelletina, and myself would like to know the real culprit. The sinner must be punished, should they not? The maid jolted. What would you have us do? Carnephelia's voice was steady. I hear you know who the real culprit is. I want you to go to the empress and inform her that you know the real culprit. That way, you'll be able to prove Her Majesty's innocence. Then she turned to Trua. Trua. Yes, Your Highness, Trua replied softly. Do you think they'll genuinely appreciate what I've done for them? Trua hesitated, then answered, Of course. The second prince turned his back on them. And you rescued them from death. In their eyes, you are their savior. Who knows? They may go out of their way to repay their debts. Carnephelia's thoughts lingered. Being thankful and paying their debts are two different things. I don't want them to repay their debts. I just want to be able to trust them. She looked away. I hope that day comes. Trua hesitated. Your Highness, where will you be staying? Your palace was burnt to the ground. Carnephelia smiled. Oh, that's right. Trua smiled in return. Do you think His Majesty will give you a new palace? A new palace? Which palace are you referring to? Carnephelia asked, amused. Trua chuckled. Something more decorative would be nice. And it would be great if it were more spacious. I hope they provide new bedding, which will provide warmth during the night. And also this and that. That evening, Carnephelia moved into her temporary quarters in the royal palace. As she looked across the room, her eyes landed on arelletina and she wondered silently, Why is she in such a bad mood? Arelletina looked at carnephelia with concern etched across her face. You're not yet fully recovered, she said, her voice more stern than usual. I would like you to get some more rest. All eyes are on you right now, so I'd rather you stay put in the royal palace. Carnephelia blinked, taken aback. Oh, but I'm fine, she said softly, but her thoughts betrayed her confusion. So that's why she looked unhappy. I've never heard Her Highness talk so sternly before. Arelletina continued, her expression resolute. I'll have a talk with His Majesty to decide where you'll be staying from now on. Your palace should be a place where you can fully rest. Carnephelia hesitated before asking, shouldn't we focus on renovating your palace first? But arelletina simply replied, I'm fine. I want to stay by His Majesty's side for now. That's right, Carnephelia thought. Ever since my birthday banquet, Her Highness has been receiving letters from various nobles. That means we successfully showed the world that Her Highness Arelletina still has a hold on His Majesty, and that she is still a force to be reckoned with. Arelletina suddenly smiled and said, Carnephelia. The rack of lamb is especially delicious today. Carnephelia blinked in confusion. Pardon? Arelletina chuckled. The mashed potatoes are also soft and fluffy. Do you like cabbage? Are there vegetables that you dislike? I know who you're gearing to go up against. That means you need to eat better and sleep well. And you need a safe resting place. I hope you will take better care of yourself, Carnephelia. A safe place. Carnephelia looked at her and quietly responded, Yes, Your Highness. Arelletina smiled gently. Eat up. Would you like to try this too? I'm glad the food is to your liking. Carnephelia felt her chest tighten with unexpected warmth. This almost makes me feel like I'm a child again. It feels so comforting. And I don't mind it at all. Arelletina stood up and said, I'll get going now. Please get some rest. She shut the door behind her. A knock came moments later. Carnephelia opened the door and smiled. Welcome, LL. Thank you for your hard work. I haven't seen you since my birthday banquet. LL stepped inside, plopping down and raising her hands to Carnephelia. Carnephelia reached out instinctively. I worried about you. Her expression says it all. I don't remember LL's hands being so warm. Is it because this was the first meal I enjoyed since I came back to the past? Or is it the lingering warmth from Her Highness Arelletina? If that's not it, maybe I mistook the trembling in LL's hands as warmth. She lowered her head slightly and murmured, I'm sorry, but I need to tell you that I have no intention of revealing my full plans to anyone. Carnephelia found herself apologizing to LL. So many people died on my behalf in my previous life. She said with quiet determination, so this time, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm fine, LL. I really am fine. Later, in the imperial chambers, the emperor sat sipping his tea. That's right, he said casually. The empress has offered to have the second princess stay there. Arelletina's voice rose in alarm. Of all places, why there, Your Majesty? Carnephelia's thoughts froze. The Ruby Palace. The Ruby Palace. Decorated with blood-red rubies, the Red Palace was bestowed upon Dicella by His Majesty when she became empress. Dicella wishes to prove to the world that she wasn't behind the poisoning attempt against me by offering Carnephelia the Red Palace. She can pretend that she cares for me while keeping an eye out on me. How transparent of her. The emperor glanced at Arelletina. Is this not to your liking, Arelletina? She bowed slightly and replied, My apologies, Your Majesty. My feelings for the second princess must be stronger than I thought. I don't think I could bear it if she left my side. The emperor smiled. The empress's proposal isn't a bad one. But you're the moon of the second princess. Feel free to tell me what you think will be most fitting. Arelletina chuckled, Your Majesty. If I may, I'd like to make a different proposal. Why don't we let the second princess stay in the Platinum Palace? The emperor stiffened slightly. Did you say the Platinum Palace? Arelletina looked at the emperor with calm conviction. Yes, Your Majesty. I believe the second princess was threatened because her palace was too far from the royal palace. It made her an easy target. The Platinum Palace is the closest to yours, and likely the safest. The emperor then turned to Carnephelia. What are your thoughts, Carnephelia? Do you wish to stay in the Platinum Palace? She bowed slightly, her voice steady. I wouldn't refuse if it were offered, Your Majesty. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. Even Ianfried was unable to gain access to the Platinum Palace. Do you know the significance of this move? Carnephelia smirked. It would be my very first victory against the second prince. The emperor burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You know all the right things to say. In my eyes, neither you nor Ianfried deserve to live in the Platinum Palace. I expected him to refuse, Carnephelia thought. Father may find me interesting, but the Platinum Palace isn't for just anyone. Well, in that case, she let out a light chuckle. Your Majesty, I have another favor to ask of you. I'd like to step outside the palace. 3 days later, Carnephelia smiled warmly. Your Highness, the royal guard will accompany us for protection. Well then, shall we? The chamberlain bowed. Have a safe outing, Your Highness. You must return before sunset. Carnephelia climbed into the carriage and chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Ianfried arrived just a moment too late. Oh, I just missed her. I wanted to see Carnephelia off. The chamberlain greeted him politely. Greetings, Your Highness. Ianfried narrowed his eyes. Where is she off to? The chamberlain replied. Her Highness wanted to pray at Mount Crubble. Did you say Mount Crubble? Ianfried repeated, frowning. Mount Crubble is notorious for its rocky roads and fickle weather. So why would she choose to go there for her first outing? Pray my ass. She probably has something up her sleeve. I can't wait to find out. Mount Crubble. Legend says it is a spiritual mountain, and many brave the treacherous roads to pray for the deceased. Each rock is painstakingly piled upon another to form stone towers. Those towers create a small mountain of stone. They give Mount Crubble an eerie feel, as if one were entering a grave of stones. Inside the bumping carriage, a maid clutched Carnephelia's arm and shouted, Don't worry, why Your Highness, I'm here to protect you. Hold on tight, Carnephelia's thoughts stirred. The road is quite bumpy. It's worse than I anticipated. The maid asked nervously, Wouldn't it be better to stop and pray here, Your Highness? Must we go so deep into the woods? The weather has suddenly become cloudy, and it's so eerie here. Another maid thought to herself, Did she just ignore us? Trua frowned. They wouldn't dare talk like that to another member of the royal family. She spoke firmly. It's my duty to take care of Her Highness. If you don't want to go up the mountain, why don't you get off here and wait for our return? That's not what we meant. One of the maids protested, but her thoughts betrayed her. I wish I could, but I have strict orders to spy on the second princess. Trua narrowed her eyes. I'm not afraid of you. Her Highness has been glued to the window since we got on the carriage. It's too dark to enjoy the view. I wonder what she's staring at. When the carriage finally stopped, Carnephelia stepped out gracefully. I know it was a rough ride. Thanks for coming along. Trua picked up a stone and asked, Are you here to build a stone tower, Your Highness? Carnephelia nodded. That's right. I'll go fetch some pretty rocks, Trua said eagerly. But Carnephelia shook her head. There's no need. This is more than enough. She kneeled quietly and began to pray. Trua leaned over to a nearby guard and whispered, Shall we pray, too? The guard shrugged. I don't pray. Is that so? She asked softly. Carnephelia's voice broke the silence. I hear these stone towers on Mount Crubble were built to remember the loved ones that were lost. The guard scoffed. What's the point when they're dead and gone? Trua turned to him sharply. Lower your voice. She lifted her hands suddenly. Huh? Is it raining? She asked, surprised. From the carriage, a maid shouted, Your Highness. We must head down immediately. We don't want to get caught in a landslide. Carnephelia looked up at the sky and smiled gently. Is that so? Let's make haste. Your Highness, Trua asked as the clouds began to thunder above them. Panic set in among the guards and servants. How could this be? Someone cried. There's a roadblock, another voice shouted. How are we supposed to find our way back? What will happen to us? What shall we do? Huh? What is that? The guard pointed toward a faint glow in the distance. Is that a light? Are those people? Soon, a man emerged from the darkness holding a lantern. How did you end up here? Are you stranded? We came down from the orphanage in the mountain. We were checking to see if anyone needed help. The rain fell quite unexpectedly. Trua let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. What a relief. God is on our side. She quickly got off the carriage and bowed. Thank you. Thank you so much. Carnephelia arrived at the orphanage with those mysterious rescuers. But something about the place made the guard uneasy. Something doesn't seem right. One of the locals offered warmly, "Would you like to join us for dinner?" "We don't have much, but we have enough to share." Carnephelia nodded. "This place is safe." The guard's thoughts tensed. What did she just say? Another voice called out, "Come here, Tan." The guard approached, and the man asked quietly, "What is it?" The guard murmured, "I want you to keep an eye on, protect Her Highness." Surprised, the man blinked. "What?" But the other just smiled and said, "We'll go eat first." The guard scoffed internally. Who cares? I don't give a damn whether she dies due to lack of protection. In fact, I would dance with joy if she did. I heard it's her first time stepping foot outside the palace, and that she nearly died at her own birthday banquet. Why am I worried about the second princess? Something is definitely weird. His gaze wandered the orphanage. This orphanage is in the middle of nowhere, yet the food is plentiful. You're overreacting. They offered us corn and potatoes. But they have wine. Wine is expensive, and this is an orphanage for children. The realization made him pause. You have a point. Later, a maid approached Carnephelia. Would you like to go to bed, Your Highness? The weather has gotten worse. It may be best to go to bed early. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Of course. You must all be tired. Get some rest. After the maid left, Carnephelia walked over to the wall and blew out the candle. Is it here? She wondered. I can't see it, but I can definitely feel it. There's a hidden passageway behind this wall. She pressed forward. It's more narrow than I expected. An adult would have to crouch to get through. There's the light. As she opened the secret door, a familiar voice greeted her gently. You made it safely, Your Highness. Nasquin Dargent at your service. We don't have much time, Your Highness. Please follow me. Carnephelia's eyes widened as she caught sight of the woman waiting ahead, Lady Pretta. They could pass off as twins. No, I'd say helis takes after his sister. She lost her entire family, the Spenbach dukedom, and eventually took her own life. Pretta Spenbach, helis' older sister. Carnephelia steeled herself. I can't let the past get to me. There's no turning back. I can't let history repeat itself. I came back in time to correct my mistakes. I have to keep helis and the Spenbach dukedom safe. She bowed. Your Highness? Greetings to the heir to the Spenbach dukedom. I am Carnephelia Hellsdante, second princess of Hellsdante. Lady Pretta gasped. Oh, you shouldn't curtsy to me, Your Highness. Please rise. She studied Carnephelia thoughtfully. Is she laying low because she's young and lacks power? Or does she have ulterior motives? Please take a seat, Your Highness, she said kindly. Your clothes are so thin. Aren't you cold, Your Highness? Have you eaten and gotten some rest? Carnephelia's heart softened. She's just as kind and warm-hearted as I remember. This will make it more difficult. Lady Pretta continued, We didn't expect you to find such a secretive location when we reached out to you, Your Highness. How very clever. Carnephelia cut her off. Why did you wish to see me? Pretta paused, startled by her bluntness. She must be more short-tempered than I thought. She smiled and replied, Oh, that's because you're the only person who can stand up to the second prince of Hellsdante. Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. Is she referring to the battle for the throne? Other than that, Pretta hesitated. My younger brother is on the brink of death, and I would like your help. Carnephelia's heart dropped. Did I hear correctly? Helis is severely ill? Why? This is news to me. This didn't happen in my previous life. My brother Helis fell ill recently, Pretta said gravely. And the problem is, we don't know why he fell ill, which makes it difficult for us to find the cure. So we'd like to access the royal library or the royal physician to see if we can get a proper diagnosis. And You were the only royal we could reach out to. She lowered her head. Our physician warned us that helis may not survive. I know this is a difficult request, but we beg you, Your Highness. Carnephelia felt her chest tighten. I don't recall helis falling ill. So how can he be on the cusp of death? No, I can't bear to watch him suffer. Fine, Carnephelia said at last. I'll help you find the reason for his illness, and possibly the cure. Lady Pretta gasped. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. But in return, Carnephelia interrupted firmly, you must swear to never pledge allegiance to me in any way. Pretta looked confused. Excuse me? Carnephelia looked her straight in the eyes. I plan to fight tooth and nail for the throne. I'm not doing it to become emperor or for my own personal gain. My plan is to bring down the Hellsdante Empire for good. Lady Pretta hesitated for a moment, then asked, do you need the cooperation of our dukedom? Her thoughts swirled. This is treason. But Carnephelia calmly replied, no, in fact, I'd like for you to lay low and stay out of my father and brother's sight. You must protect the dukedom. Surprised, Lady Pretta questioned, in that case, shouldn't you be requesting our help, Your Highness? Carnephelia's tone grew firm. I'm sure you don't want the blood of the innocent. Supporting me would equate to directly challenging the second prince. You don't want to give him a reason to attack the Spenbach dukedom. So I urge you to stay neutral. Instead of joining forces with me, you should focus on protecting your people. Lady Pretta stared at her. Her Highness has seen right through us. I didn't think she would be so knowledgeable about my current situation. She finally said, fine. I'll be honest with you, Your Highness. I'll stop beating around the bush. You're spot on. I believe I should focus on making the Spenbach dukedom as strong as possible. But as you may well know, Your Highness, His Majesty is reluctant to grant more power to our dukedom. We've been victorious in battles and pledged our allegiance to the Empire, but our efforts have been futile. It seems the Hellsdante Empire is keeping us at arm's length. Carnephelia didn't flinch. Any noble family could do the things you just stated. Her words hit hard. It's infuriating, Lady Pretta thought, but the second princess is right. Any other noble family could have done what we accomplished. But what else can we do to get into His Majesty's good graces? Accomplish something that has never been done before. Something that only the Spenbach dukedom can handle. Nasquin looked confused. I don't understand. Carnephelia answered, I'll give you a hint. But in return, I want you to make me a promise. I want your signature on this contract. It states that the Spenbach dukedom will not get involved with me in any way. My condition is that you stay absolutely neutral in the future. I made not only Lady Pretta, but Sir Dargent sign the contract, Carnephelia thought. This should be enough. I played my hand more earlier than I expected, but all in all, it was a pretty good move on my part. My ultimate goal is to make sure that the dukedom of Spenbach doesn't get involved in my quest for revenge. But anyways, I wonder why helis is sick. This didn't happen in my previous life. Is it due to my curse, because I came back in time? My avoiding him wasn't enough? I don't want you to lose everything you ever loved because of me. I'll find a cure for your illness, so please hang on, helis. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. The servants have all gone to bed, Carnephelia thought. It can't be LL or Trua. I wonder who it is? It seems to be 2 people. Wait, make that 3. She smiled coldly. You'd better think twice if you wish to live. A man sneered, how cute. There's no one here but the 3 of us, princess. What a pity. You must have had help in the palace, but there's no one here to rescue you now. Murdered by bandits on your very first outing. What a tragic story that would make. And your body will be found tossed in the woods. I promise to pray for you when we descend the mountain. Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. Enough with the small talk. Are those your final words? He froze. What did you say? She chuckled. Why do they always send the stupid ones? The clever ones would never die by bandits in the mountain. Furious, he drew his sword and shouted, why, that be *TCH. But before he could strike, LL appeared from the shadows, slashing her knife across his arm and pinning the second attacker with her blade. He cried out, who dares? Panic filled his face. I made sure no one was in this room. How in the world did they get inside? Carnephelia stepped forward. Your friend won't be coming to help you. You know, the one who went to kill the staff of the orphanage. I tried to feign innocence, but your actions were so transparent. It's a shame, actually. The assassin trembled. Spare me, Your Highness. I don't want to die. If you let me live, I'll tell you everything I know. The information will be worth your while, Your Highness. And there will be less blood on your hands. She met his eyes. You're right. I don't like getting blood on my hands. Then, however, I'd rather have your blood on my hands than the blood of the innocent. She turned to her maid. Good job, LL. Could you make sure to leave no trace of the bodies? LL nodded silently. Just then, Trua burst through the door. I found him, Your Highness. Carnephelia's expression softened. I knew you could do it. Lead the way, Trua. Yes, Your Highness. Trua whispered into her ear. You were right. The children were sleeping in the innermost room in the orphanage. And the boy you were looking for is here. The boy with the golden hair. There was a reason Carnephelia had chosen this isolated orphanage to meet Pretta and Nasquin. Not only was it in the middle of nowhere, it was, in fact, directly connected to the contract she signed with the Spenbach dukedom. In the Hellsdante family, aside from Carnephelia, Iongreed, and Renabella, there were many bastard children sired by His Majesty. The Emperor was a man of carnal instinct, and he bedded any woman he wished. Of course, most of the concubines were kicked out by Dacella, but the Emperor still found ways to bed various women. However, the moment one of those women became pregnant, the Empress and Ian made sure they didn't live to see another day. But there was one survivor. Unbeknownst to the Empress and the second prince, a bastard child managed to survive. Carnephelia stepped into the quiet room. Her eyes scanned the dark, and she saw a small figure trembling beneath a blanket. Gently, she reached out and pulled it aside. A boy with golden hair cowered before her, frightened and small. Carnephelia knelt, meeting his eyes. Hello, she said softly. You must be my brother, Zerzhan. In her memories, the third prince was just a small child. And now, standing before her, the boy greeted her with a hesitant, greetings. Carnephelia smiled gently. I'm Carnephelia Hellsdante. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boy, still trembling, tried to muster courage. I'm Zerzhan Hellsdante. It's a pleasure to meet you. He was clearly nervous and spoke haltingly, but still, he gathered his courage to introduce himself. Carnephelia crouched a little, softening her tone. Would you care for some sweets? His eyes lit up. I would love some, however. Her heart grew heavy, because she knew that in her past life, his lifeless body was found just a few years later. Then he asked, Do you know me? She replied softly, Of course I do. I'm here to save your life. His eyes welled up with tears. My mommy, she died trying to save me. I am going to die too. I have to hide. I have to run away. Carnephelia exhaled slowly. No matter where you hide, no matter how hard you try, on your own, you'll eventually get caught. That's why I came to rescue you, Zerzhan. He hesitated, his small voice trembling. How will you do that? She placed a hand on his head. I'm your older sister. You can trust me. Don't worry. You can trust these people. Try to get some sleep, but Zerzhan resisted. I don't want to. What if I wake up, and it was all a dream? Carnephelia pinched his cheek gently and teased. What if I wake up, and it was all a dream, correct? He yelped, ouch. Then softly asked, When can I see you again? Carnephelia whispered, You'll have to come into the royal palace at some point. But now's not the time. When we meet again, I promise to play with you. So try to focus on becoming stronger, so you can protect yourself. Nasquin carefully held the boy from behind, supporting his back. Zerzhan nodded, Yes, sister. And, just like that, they were gone. The meeting with Pretta ended with the Spenbachs taking Zerzhan under their wing, but Carnephelia still had work to do. Although the building was quite old, there were no visible leaks, and it was warm inside. Little children, full of curiosity, looked up at her. Are you a princess? What a pretty dress, a man shouted. Don't be rude, children. Maintain your distance from Her Highness. My apologies, Your Highness. They are still quite young, Carnephelia chuckled. It is fine as long as they're healthy. A kind woman approached her with a smile. You must be famished. May I guide you to the dining hall? Carnephelia nodded. You may. What about the children? The woman replied, Oh, they can have their meal once you're finished, Your Highness. But Carnephelia said, They can join me. Shocked, the woman protested. We wouldn't dare sit at the same table with you, Your Highness. Carnephelia smiled again. It's fine by me. Let's all eat together. She looked at the food. Thank you for the food, a boy shouted excitedly. Try this, Your Highness. The headmistress made it herself. It's yummy. And this. Here you go. Carnephelia laughed gently. It's too much. One at a time, please. The children giggled. Wow, Her Highness isn't picky about her food. She's so mature. I'm going to eat everything, just like Her Highness. Carnephelia's gaze softened. The children look happy and energetic. The woman beside her gently explained, the children here ran away from home to avoid starvation and domestic violence. The same goes for our staff. We're not an authorized orphanage even. But we never turn away those who come to us in need. That's why we've had trouble providing food for everyone. As you can see, we're located on a rocky mountain in the middle of nowhere. In the worst-case scenario, we may have to sneak down to the village below to look for food. Now that you know our story, are you still willing to support us? Carnephelia thought back. Out of the money I received to prepare for my banquet, I sent a portion of it to this orphanage. It wasn't much, she asked. Is that why you accepted my proposal, knowing it could have dire consequences? The woman smiled sadly. The world has already turned its back on us. But you gave us another opportunity at life. We were able to feed the children, and that was worth any consequence that may come our way. I'm sure you noticed it during your trek up this mountain. Mount Cribble is notorious for its dangerous trails and unpredictable weather. Even the most seasoned hikers avoid coming here. And these children risked their lives to get here. They inched up the treacherous mountain in order to live. And we couldn't let them die of starvation. So I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep them alive. Carnephelia was taken aback. Those are dangerous words. What if I had asked for something that you couldn't give? Then her expression softened. Having said that, I'm glad you took a leap of faith. Your bravery saved everyone in the orphanage. The woman's voice trembled. Your Highness, I don't deserve your praise. But Carnephelia replied, it doesn't matter whether you deserve it or not. Your decision saved not only the children here, but one of mine too. You turned risk into opportunity, and now they have a chance at a better future. Of course, I'm thankful to you for that. The woman placed her hand over her heart. Your Highness. Carnephelia stood. Now then, here's my condition. I want you all to leave Mount Cribble, and I want you to head east toward Carnet. The woman's eyes widened. You want us to go to Carnet? There will be many checkpoints along the way, Your Highness. It won't be easy to take all these children there by foot. Carnet, an undeveloped land in the east, full of wilderness. It would take a fortnight by carriage to get there from Mount Cribble. Carnephelia handed her a heavy pouch. Here, use this money to borrow a large carriage and bribe the guards at the checkpoints. It may be difficult at first, but you'll soon be able to settle down. And you won't have to run or hide anymore. The woman knelt. Thank you for the blessing you've bestowed upon us. We'll remember it until the day we die, Your Highness. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's office, the Chamberlain stood nervously. You lost contact with Carnephelia? She asked to go out, then goes missing. The Emperor didn't seem concerned. I am a bit appalled, but this is the second princess we're discussing here. She wouldn't die so easily. In fact, I'm sure she'll come back with something that piques my interest. And I can't wait to hear all about it. To make the deaths of the soldiers seem natural, Carnephelia had no choice but to collapse yet again. The carriage rolled up to the castle gates, and Trua's urgent voice rang through the courtyard. Call for the royal physician. We need the royal physician. There was a bandit attack, and Her Highness has lost consciousness. The Chamberlain rushed out, his voice filled with fury. What is the meaning of this? Why are you alive and unharmed when the other soldiers have met their death? All eyes turned toward the lone young soldier who had returned without a scratch. And when he refused to speak, he was immediately imprisoned in the dungeons. He sat in the dark cell, bitter and quiet. So, is it my turn to die now? Carnephelia entered with a calm smile. Have no fear. I don't kill the innocent. I only retaliate when attacked. Consider it self-defense. The soldier blinked in disbelief. I thought you had fainted, Your Highness, yet here you are, up and about. Carnephelia smiled wider. You don't seem worried about me. Are you sorry that I'm fine? Did you hope that I was seriously injured? Her voice was teasing, but her eyes were sharp. Having said that, if you're plotting revenge, you'd be better off hiding your emotions. He grit his teeth, rage spilling from his mouth. You're trash, like every other Hell's Dante. Carnephelia didn't flinch. Whether it be a half-blood princess, noble, commoner, or slave, we are all equal in the face of death. His breath hitched. Where did that come from? Does she know that I was once a slave? Carnephelia looked directly at him. Tan Karpf. Tan for short. I don't intend on becoming your enemy. And if I could give you a piece of advice, build up the rage inside you. One day, I'll help you get your revenge. And when I do, don't you ever give up. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's chambers, the atmosphere was tense. Chamberlain, he asked, how is the atmosphere within the palace right now? Do you believe that this was all a coincidence? Can't anyone see ahead? Am I dealing with a bunch of bumbling fools? The Chamberlain bowed. Apologies, Your Majesty. The Emperor gave a sly smile. It's fine. It's not you I'm worried about, but that silly empress of mine. She didn't think to send more than 3 soldiers. Pardon? The Chamberlain asked, confused. The Emperor leaned back, deep in thought. It's blatantly obvious. It's 1 soldier too many to merely frighten Carnephelia. But it wasn't enough to successfully murder her. The second princess is the only one who seems to think ahead. This has significant meaning. By the way, Your Majesty, the Chamberlain handed him a sealed letter. We received a letter from the Spenbach dukedom. The Emperor opened it, scanning the contents. Then suddenly he laughed. Ha! Ha ha! Prepare to greet Lady Spenbach. Pardon? The Chamberlain blinked. The little Spenbach twat has dared to request a meeting with me. A few days later, in the Emperor's audience chamber, Lady Pretta stood tall. Greetings to the eternal son of the Hell's Dante Empire. Pretta Spenbach at your service. The Emperor's voice was unexpectedly gentle. You were but a mere child the last time we met. So, what brings you here to my palace? She looked at him and thought to herself, he's the spitting image of the second prince. Wait, it's probably the other way around. I, Pretta Spenbach, would like to formally inform His Majesty that we happened upon a child of Hell's Dante lineage. The Emperor's expression twisted. What? His thoughts spiraled. A child that carries my bloodline that I don't know about? I thought I had disposed of them all, both old and young. The Empress was adamant that I take action. But the Spenbach twat wouldn't dare come here and lie to my face. Where is the child? He asked. He is at a safe place, Your Majesty, she answered. The Emperor's tone sharpened. When you say safe place, are you implying that the royal palace is unsafe for this child that you just mentioned? His gaze grew darker. As you well know, I took care of any unwanted Hell's Dante blood myself. But here you are, saying this child is under your protection. Shall I consider this treason on your part? Those who commit treason are beheaded, successor to the Spenbach dukedom or not. Lady Pretta chuckled calmly. I can prove that the Spenbach dukedom remains loyal to the Hell's Dante Empire. We would gladly end the child's life upon your command. However, we'd first need proof that this child is a royal. She held up a vial. I heard you can decipher the royal bloodline through a blood test. This blood comes from a young boy with golden hair and hazel eyes. And his mother is said to be Lanya Hall. The Emperor stood. Lena Hall. It's not a name I remember, but if he has hair like spun gold, he turned to his men. Bring me the Holy Grail. Yes, Your Majesty, Lady Pretta answered. The Emperor reached for the dagger. I'll take the dagger. I assume this is holy water. But of course, Your Majesty, Lady Pretta confirmed. He sliced his finger, and drops of royal blood fell into the bowl. The water reacted. He really is one of mine. His voice was low and deadly. So where is this child, and what has he been up to? Was he born with a blessing? As I said earlier, Lady Pretta replied smoothly, "He is at a safe place, Your Majesty. He went through quite a bit at a young age and needs time to recover." The Emperor muttered, "Yes, the royal palace wouldn't be the safest place for him. But I'm not sure he will be safe elsewhere either." Lady Pretta's voice held an edge. "From what I've seen with the second princess of Hellsdante, it may be safer for His Highness to stay where he is." The Chamberlain's heart skipped a beat. "She's treading on dangerous waters." But the Emperor simply smiled. Well. I never knew the Spenbach dukedom had such interest in the second princess. This isn't the right place to have this conversation. Why don't we carry on elsewhere?" As Lady Pretta turned her head, a soldier approached and covered her eyes with a cloth. The Emperor commanded, "Lock her up. But make sure to handle her gently." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lady Pretta chuckled silently. Wow, the second princess was right. Everything is going as she said it would. Carnephelia chuckled softly. "You'll achieve what you wished for." Now, it's all up to Lady Spenbach. So many things had already changed from her previous life. Back then, it had been Pretta's mother who met with her father. But during Renabella's birthday banquet, she was caught in an unfortunate event and unjustly imprisoned in the dungeons. This time, however, things were different. Pretta had Zerzhan in her grasp. Charade wouldn't be able to harm her. But still, Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. Just how ill is Helis for Pretta to risk coming to the royal palace? If it were that serious, rumors would have spread. So why didn't I hear about it? But then again, Helis had never been the type to share personal matters. Even if it was a matter of life and death, the nobility would have gossiped, especially if it could shake high society. Damnation. If only I weren't a Hellsdante. If I had been the daughter of a mere baron, I would have rushed over to the dukedom of Spenbach without hesitation. She closed her eyes. I want the Spenbach family to survive this time around. I had no choice, Lady Pretta had said earlier. My younger brother's life is at stake. Carnephelia's thoughts spiraled again. Are they keeping it hidden on purpose? If I could just look into his eyes, take his hands into mine, I'd profess my love to him and do my best to nurse him back to health. But then she shook her head. There's no point imagining our reunion. There should be no member of the Hellsdante family near Helis. It's for his own good. And I don't deserve to be by his side ever. She sighed. Yes, I'm glad that we're apart right now. Why are we going to the Royal Library, Your Highness? Trua asked with a laugh. Carnephelia beamed. Oh, there's something I want to research. Her alliance with arelletina had opened new doors, like the medal she received, granting her access to the library. Without arelletina's support, she never would have made it this far. A stern lady at the entrance gave her a cold glance. You have the right to enter the library. However, your servants cannot accompany you. Trua stiffened. Pardon? Are you implying that Her Highness has to enter the library on her own? I need to help her find books. Carnephelia smiled gently. It's fine, Trua. I'll be back before you know it. Run errands if you have to. Same goes for you, LL. Trua protested. That's not it. I have no errands to run, Your Highness. I'll wait for you here. A man stepped forward. I will be your guide from here, Your Highness. Carnephelia nodded. You do that, he asked. Is there a particular book you wish to read? Carnephelia narrowed her eyes. He's writing everything down. Who came to visit, what book they searched for. I would like to read up on diseases and antidotes, she said calmly. It's this way, Your Highness, he responded. The first floor has books on herbs, poisonous plants, and diseases. The second floor is focused on rare diseases. Finally, the third floor consists of books on incurable diseases. As you can see, there's a massive amount of books here. If you tell me the ones you want, I can look for them on your behalf. Carnephelia smirked. I was always ill as a child, especially after meals. I'd like to find out why. Would you like for me to find books related to poison? He asked. I would, she replied. I guess the whole world knows that I was poisoned as a child, she thought bitterly. Didn't think he'd bring it up. I'll be right back, Your Highness, he said with a polite smile. Carnephelia looked around. The library is heavily guarded. It won't be easy finding the books that I'm looking for. She picked one up and began flipping through. She exhaled. I have no idea what's written within these books. From what Pretta had told her, Helis was suffering from a fever, something common enough, but there were thousands of books here. Will I be able to find a cure in time? Helis. Something felt wrong. Come to think of it, Helis might be second-born, but he was still a Spenbach. And like his sister, he was born with divine powers. That alone should have made it hard for him to fall ill. Divine powers purify poison. So why? Your Highness, the guide returned, holding a stack. I found books catered to your reading level. How very meticulous of you, carnephelia said. It was my pleasure. May I guide you to a place where you can sit comfortably while you read? She asked softly, I hear the Royal Library has books on every topic imaginable. Is it true? That's right, Your Highness, he replied. Since the beginning, the Hellsdante Empire has accumulated a vast amount of information. I can say with confidence that this library contains nearly everything you need to know about the continent. Does that include military, politics, and administration? She asked. But of course, he said with a smile. Does it include divine powers too? Carnephelia inquired. Yes, it does. Oh, but you need permission from His Majesty to read books on divine powers. The same goes for the blessings bestowed upon the royal family. It is a complicated process. I see, Carnephelia smiled faintly. As you may well know, I'm tired of falling ill by poison. I'm sure you heard already. If I could read up on herbal antidotes for various poisons, that would be helpful. That wouldn't be too difficult, he said. I'll fetch you the books you need after I show you to your seat. I'll be right back. Go ahead, she nodded. But once he left, Carnephelia's thoughts turned cold. What to do? He's going to be suspicious that I asked about divine powers, rather than the fact that I need permission from the Emperor. People equate divine power to the Spenbach family. People may think that I've joined forces with the Spenbachs. Is there really no other way for me to find the cure without my father finding out? The royal physician suddenly appeared. Your hand, Carnephelia flinched. What's taking you so long? I said, give me your hand. She seized her wrist, inspecting it. I told you to take the medicine I prescribed. Why in the world are you looking at these books? Her tone was sharp. You can purify poison with divine powers, but only to a certain extent. In order to heal completely, you must take your medicine instead of poring over these books. How did you know? Carnephelia asked in disbelief. No one must find out that I was healed by Pretta. The royal physician smiled knowingly. I accumulated the knowledge during my tenure as a royal physician. Then I need to find a way to learn about divine powers, something that my father and the Spenbach family know nothing about. Well then, Carnephelia began. Can people with divine powers fall ill? Of course, the physician answered. I've been studying diseases for over 5 decades. I'm on the cusp of retirement, but I was the physician to the late emperor. The current emperor doesn't like me much though. He tilted his head. It seems you wish to learn more about divine power, Carnephelia chuckled. Do you have a moment to chat? She may be able to find a cure for Helis. Carnephelia thought, her heart swelling with new hope. The royal physician raised a brow. How very strange. The royals I've met were all self-centered and arrogant. And here you are, seemingly searching for a cure for someone else. Her voice trailed off, filled with ambiguity. Carnephelia frowned. Was that a compliment or a scolding? Then, the physician gently raised Carnephelia's hand and spoke firmly. You should take care of yourself first, instead of putting all your efforts into saving someone else. Carnephelia clenched her dress tightly. Don't talk as if you know everything. Her voice was low, but sharp. Why are you so interested in divine power, Your Highness? The physician asked. Carnephelia didn't hesitate. There's someone who desperately needs the information. The physician tilted her head. Even if it means breaking the rules, she continued, don't you know that rules exist for a reason? If you're desperate enough to break them, it no longer becomes an issue of good or evil, but rather what you could gain or lose from it. Some rules seem unnecessary and are difficult to understand, but they were established over a duration of time. And if you dared to break them, there would be much to lose and little to gain. she observed carnephelia thoughtfully. She must be kinder than I thought. However, carnephelia looked up with determination. What of it? It doesn't matter whether I stand to lose because of my decision. How could I protect my loved ones by following all the rules? I was moved by their desperation, rather than what I could benefit from the situation. And that is why I decided to take the risk. So unfortunately, I have no intention of turning back. The royal physician smirked. So you're a child after all. I thought you were a little adult, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Then she turned to an assistant. Send someone to the innermost room within the royal apothecary. I will give you what you need. Carnephelia pressed again. Listen. What I need is permission from His Majesty. The physician chuckled. When I was young and career-driven, I enjoyed some fun times at the Royal Library. Did you know that some books are available to only a select few? She leaned in, whispering like a child sharing a secret. I got a kick out of secretly copying those books. Yes, I broke the rules. Of course, I have access to those books now. But the ones I copied in secret? Still imprinted on my mind, she smiled mischievously. I'll write down what you need to know. Carnephelia looked confused. I thought you wanted me to abide by the rules. The physician burst out, irritated. Didn't you just hear what I said? I want you to take advantage of the knowledge I accumulated by breaking the rules. Now get ready to send someone over. I have to refresh my memory. That'll keep me busy for a while. Is she trying to help me out? I didn't expect her to be so kind. I'm grateful, nonetheless, Carnephelia thought, heart softening. Just then, the man returned, pushing a trolley. Your Highness, I brought the books you asked for. Thank you, Carnephelia said sincerely. I'll start on them right this minute. She rubbed at her shoulder, groaning. My shoulders are stiff. Outside, a carriage pulled up. Trua's eyes widened. What is a carriage doing here at this hour? Oh, could it be that? Carnephelia chuckled. It seems to be the case. They came earlier than expected. The nobles are taking swift action. They must have been shocked to hear the news. It seems they are headed toward the main palace, but those men, her eyes narrowed, seem to be headed toward the second prince's palace. They are his cronies, after all. I can't wait to read tomorrow's papers. Trua, Carnephelia called. Yes, Your Highness? I'm going to pay Her Highness Arelletina a visit. Could you check how our former staff are doing? What? Why? Trua looked shocked. They had to leave our palace, Carnephelia explained, but they once worked for me. I want to see how they are doing. Trua's heart swelled. Your Highness, I'll go check on them right this minute. Could you take these, LL? Carnephelia turned to LL. I have a different task for you. Do you remember the old physician who took care of me? LL nodded silently. I want you to go see her tonight. Make sure you're unnoticed. She will have something for me. I want you to go retrieve it. Meanwhile, at the palace, the emperor sat stiffly on his throne. So, you all came at this belated hour because of a rumor you heard on the streets? He asked. A man stepped forward anxiously. Your Majesty, how could this be deemed as a silly rumor? We implore you to tell us the truth. Did Lady Spenbach really find a child sired by you, Your Majesty? The emperor's brow twitched. It isn't difficult to see where the question came from. They're blaming me for failing to rid the world of my bastard children. He could still hear the whispers from earlier. Does Lady Spenbach really have the child under her protection? What? She has the child. How could this be? Is the Spenbach family behind this? At this rate. You have the right to come here and berate me like this. The emperor suddenly snapped. Even if the rumors were true, you all are in no position to rebuke my actions. And yet you dare. A maid stepped forward, trembling. But we have to come up with a plan, Your Majesty. We believe we have the right to know the truth before the public finds out in tomorrow's papers. Is this child really yours, Your Majesty? The emperor stared at her, then finally said, The rumors are true. Gasps echoed in the hall. The second princess was recently given the right to ascend the throne. And now there is another child who could be a contender for the throne? And they were found by none other than the Spenbach dukedom. If the child gains their support, they may wield more power than the second prince and princess. He narrowed his eyes. We need to find this bastard child as soon as possible. Then one man hesitantly asked, Your Majesty, Do you know the whereabouts of the child? The emperor chuckled darkly. Marquis. Wasn't the first prince enough? Marquis, the nobleman cried out. Why is His Majesty so nonchalant about the bastard child? The room buzzed with murmurs. We didn't even get a chance to reprimand Lady Spenbach, nor did we discuss how to punish her for her actions. That's right, someone muttered. But we can't do a thing right now. A voice cut through the noise. Silence. The emperor stood firm. It seems my child is alive and well. Why should I not welcome them with open arms? His gaze swept over the gathered nobles. I can see through your excuses. I'd advise you to keep mum, unless you can come up with something that piques my interest. You fools. You couldn't muster up the courage to talk back to His Majesty. Someone whispered, the second princess threw everyone for a loop. But fortunately, the emperor and second prince do not seem to care what happens to her. The marquis turned toward two earls. Earl Renaud, Earl Ingram. What did His Highness tell you? Ingram chuckled. He said to take care of the child. The marquis paused. What His Highness wishes for shall be done. His eyes narrowed as he thought aloud. If I were Lady Spenbach, where would I stash away the bastard child? The Dargent family is the only noble family that has ties with the dukedom of Spenbach. And the firstborn son is said to be Lady Spenbach's mentor. The Dargents have remained neutral until now, so they would be the first place the Spenbachs would hide their ace in the hole. We must make haste. Let us go pay a visit to the Dargent estate right away. Marquis Dargent opened the door, shouting, What brings you here at this ungodly hour, Marquis Gordonchal? The Marquis replied calmly, We're here to search for His Majesty's bastard child. Marquis Dargent frowned. What does that have to do with me? But Gordonchal's voice grew colder. Marquis Dargent. We respected your decision to remain neutral, but you seem to have crossed the line. I have no idea what you're referring to, Dargent said icily. But we're more than happy to give you the benefit of the doubt, Gordonchal continued. All you need to do is allow us to search for the bastard child that Lady Spenbach has squirreled away. Mark my words, Marquis Gordonchal, Dargent roared. How dare you frame the Dargent family like this? I'll be making an official complaint to His Majesty. A complaint, Gordonchal said smoothly. We are here on official business, Marquis. Not only that, you agreed to pledge your allegiance to His Highness the Second Prince, did you not? Now is the time to prove yourself. It will keep your family alive. The door burst open. Soldiers stormed in, shouting, We are looking for the bastard child of His Majesty. We must find him. They scattered throughout the estate. We searched the main estate, guest house, the inner and outer gardens, the kitchen, the pantry, the servants' quarters, the greenhouse, and the stables, but we found nothing. That can't be, Marquis Gordonchal snapped. Check again. Make sure to look at every nook and cranny. Yes, my lord, the soldier shouted. Marquis Dargent chuckled. I told you that we don't have him. The premises were searched through and through, but they were unable to find even a single golden hair. As Marquis Gordonchal left, fuming, he vowed to search all land owned by the Dargent family. That rude, insolent imbecile, Marquis Dargent muttered. Official order, my ass. Why, I should go straight to His Majesty and file a complaint right this minute. Beside him, Nasquin said calmly, They believe the second prince is the successor to the throne. To them, his orders are deemed as an official order. They were treating me with disrespect, Dargent yelled. Those fools, Nasquin chuckled. I told you this before, father. The followers of the second prince are all vile and not worth. He didn't finish. Marquis Dargent picked up a shoe and smacked him. Ouch, Nasquin shouted. Shut that mouth, his father bellowed. We were subject to this disgrace because of your connection to the Spenbach dukedom. Nasquin rolled his eyes. Oh, please. Don't fret, father. It's only a matter of time before those vile men meet their downfall. At this rate, I'll be falling before they do, the Marquis shouted. If you hadn't informed us in advance, we would have been in deep trouble. How dare you commit such a deed without consulting with me first? Nasquin had informed his parents minutes before the raid, nearly giving Marquis Dargent a heart attack. Please open the secret passageway, father, Nasquin said. Why do you need to use the passageway? Marquis Dargent's eyes widened. Wait, don't tell me. What have you gotten yourself into? Nasquin smirked. Father, do you really take your only son for a troublemaker? What makes you think that you aren't? His father retorted. Ahem, Nasquin muttered, brushing it off. Then Marquis d'Argent paused. Hold on. Are you saying that Lady Spenbach has really found His Majesty's bastard child? Nasquin grinned. Wow, news travels fast. Does everyone know about it? Why you? How could you keep this from me? His father fumed. Haha, you can scold me later. But for now, I need you to open the secret passageway. Marquis d'Argent groaned. How I raised such a troublemaker is beyond me. Haha, Nasquin laughed freely. Only the head of the d'Argent family could open the secret passageway. And that was how Nasquin was able to send Zerzhan away. Because of you, we were able to move him to a safe place, Nasquin said gratefully. Thank you, father, but his father remained grim. They are working under the orders of the second prince. At this rate, the child will be caught. We have to take him to the royal castle to prove that he really is a Hellsdante. If not, Lady Spenbach and our family will be in grave danger. I'll keep that in mind, father, Nasquin said with a smile. So where is the young highness? His father asked. He is at the safest place he can possibly be, Nasquin replied. At least, I hope, Husmac. Marquis d'Argent slapped his son across the face. You're really out of your mind. You're making me worried. You should be meticulous. Suddenly, the door burst open. My lord, a servant called. Marquis Clavel looked up. What brings you here at this belated hour? You should lower your voice. Well, we received a package from Marquis d'Argent, but I have no idea how to handle it. I believe you should come see for yourself, my lord. From the d'Argents, Marquis Clavel muttered, confused. All I see is food. Why would they send this? I don't want to get involved in any more drama. Send this back at once. Yes, my lord. But just as they turned away, hold up, sir, someone shouted. A woman stepped forward, cloaked and hidden. Ack, the servant yelped. What is the meaning of this? And who the hell are you? Natalie pulled back her hood with a soft chuckle. I didn't think you'd be so cold-hearted. Greetings, Marquis Clavel Zentiard. My name is Natalie. I work as a journalist covering the lowly commoners. Clavel narrowed his eyes. Are you here to reveal the skeletons in my closet? No, my lord, Natalie replied. I wanted you to be the first to know about my latest exclusive. I'd love to hear what you think. She lifted the lid from the box of fruit, revealing its hidden contents. Please tell me, will you help me keep this child alive, or not? The old physician's book was chock full of detailed accounts on the former emperors of Hellsdante. For the royal family, those supposedly blessed by the gods, the existence of people with divine powers had always been a thorn in their side. It was written that all humans had the ability to absorb divine power, and while it varied from person to person, the more intricate the divine power, the more one could accumulate. Intricacy could be attained through relentless practice, and with that practice, their strength could grow. But divine power wasn't eternal. It could fade over time or vanish all at once. If it disappeared gradually, the person would begin to age with the loss of that power. If it disappeared overnight, the sudden loss could wreak havoc on the body. Carnephelia read intently, her thoughts racing. This isn't what happened to helis. Still, the book explained, those who lost divine powers overnight suffered greatly. Fever, nausea, muscle pain, coughing up blood, the pain so unbearable, it felt as though every nerve was being torn apart. They began to hear and see things that weren't there. Does this mean Helis's divine powers disappeared overnight? Carnephelia thought, stunned. How could such a thing happen? There was no clear reason for the loss. Divine power was a gift from the gods, and just as easily, the gods could take it away. Everything depended on their will. Was this because of my curse? She clenched her fists. Still, if I can find a way to get Helis's powers back, he'll be able to recover in no time. I have to find a way. Her heart ached. What happened, Helis? I thought that by turning back time and ensuring we had nothing to do with each other, I could save you from an unhappy life. But it seems I'm not destined to do so, even in this lifetime. She whispered to herself, the will of the gods, and then, gritting her teeth, she thought bitterly, damnation. At this rate, Helis's condition will get worse. I must make haste. Turning to her loyal attendant, Carnephelia said, LL. I need to pay Marquise Entiad a visit. But before she could leave, there was a knock at the door. Carnephelia, came Arelletina's voice. Carnephelia turned quickly. Your Majesty, she asked. Arelletina tied the sleeves of her coat, calm and composed. I thought you would take action right about now. Be careful. I shall, Carnephelia nodded. Arelletina stepped closer, her voice soft but firm. Mark my words. Marquise Entiad is a formidable opponent. If he tries to harm you in any way, you may bring up my name. Carnephelia bowed her head slightly. Thank you. She knew of Marquise Entiad. Once a staunch supporter of the first prince, he had lost his son at the hands of Eanfried, the second prince. After the first prince's death, Eanfried began gaining power. The other noble families turned against the Entiad family, isolating them. Citing health issues, Marquise Entiad became a recluse, refusing to step foot outside his estate. At this rate, Carnephelia thought, he'll die from sorrow. But even still, I'm not sure whether he will help me with my cause. Arelletina watched her silently. She's lost in her thoughts again. I just wanted her to rely on me. Be safe, she whispered. Carnephelia nodded, I will. Don't worry about me. As the carriage made its way through the dark night, Carnephelia stepped out at the estate gate. Will you wait for me here, LL? I need to go on my own, she said softly. LL bowed her head in silent understanding. Carnephelia opened the large door and stepped forward, speaking gently, greetings. I'm Carnephelia Hellsdante, the second princess of Hellsdante. It's nice to meet you, Marquise Entiad. As her eyes met his, she could feel the weight of his hatred. I can see that he loathes the Hellsdante family. He's doing his best to not lose his temper. It must not have been easy for him to agree to meet me. Even now, he's doing his best to treat me with respect. She continued, thank you for hiding Natalie and my brother on my behalf. Also, I'd like to offer my condolences for the death of your son, but the moment the words left her mouth, the Marquis erupted. How dare a Hellsdante bring up my son, he roared. You may be of tender age, but I'm sure you know of your half-brother's evil deeds. Father, we must avenge the death of His Highness the First Prince. I'm sure it was His Highness the Second Prince who was behind it. Marquise Entiad's voice cracked with fury. I don't know what they did with my son's body. All I know is that he was killed by the Second Prince. I was loyal to the Hellsdante family all my life. Do you know what Curate said to me? He remembered the Emperor's cold words. According to the reports, your son's death was deemed an unfortunate accident. Are you so unhappy with Eanfried that you would try to frame him? Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? The Marquis had screamed. But Emperor Curade's reply was even colder. Whether I like it or not, Eanfried will likely ascend the throne when I step down. Like I was able to choose a new successor, you should try to do the same. Although still young, I hear your second son is a bright child. Don't hold on to the dead. Forget and let them go. Carnephelia exhaled quietly. Beside her, the Marquis coughed, his voice breaking. You think I'm a fool, too? Of course not, Marquis, Carnephelia said softly. I was just glad to see that you held on to your rage. I was worried that you had given up, or even forgiven, those who did you wrong. I also hold rage in my heart. No one will hear my story if I give up on getting revenge. Her eyes gleamed with resolve. And I intend to reveal the truths they hid behind their evil acts. I will make sure that they all meet their deaths. I have yet to show you my true intentions. As you know, your enemies have yet to pay for their sins. She stepped closer. What do you say, Marquis? Don't you wish to hear more about my plans? My plan is simple, Carnephelia said, her voice calm yet firm. I want the Hellsdante family to fall into ruins and make their lives a living hell. The Marquis narrowed his eyes, his tone wary. Aren't you afraid of their blessings? By acting against them, you'll suffer a curse so severe, you'll wish you were dead. Carnephelia offered a small, unshaken smile. I'm not afraid of the curse, death, or what may come in the afterlife. It would be nothing compared to the living hell the Hellsdante family has created. The Marquis stared at her for a moment, then exhaled. I have one condition. His voice trembled slightly as he continued, "My son drowned before he could come of age and become my successor. I still have nightmares every day where I search helplessly for his body. So you must promise me that the bastard never succeeds the throne. Promise me his death will be remembered by no one." Carnephelia let out a quiet laugh. "I'll do my best to make that happen. I swear." The Marquis leaned forward, his tone now intrigued. "Well then, tell me of your plans. What is it you wish of me?" "What I wish from you, Marquis, is," Carnephelia began, but the Marquis interrupted her thoughts. "Please live a long, healthy life," he mused inwardly. She is also an arrogant Hellsdante. But despite his bitterness, something in her fire had stirred him. "I wanted personal revenge, but I'm now invested in your plans. I want to see everything engulfed by the fire you ignited. I'll be keeping an eye on you, second princess." Carnephelia's thoughts shifted. "I'm glad that Natalie and Zerzhan are safely tucked away. If the meeting between Pretta and father went well, he will ask her to bring Zerzhan to him at once. And when she is called in, I'll hand her the information I gathered on divine powers. That means I should meet His Majesty." Arelletina's voice snapped her out of it. "Carnephelia? Is the food not to your liking? You're not eating much." Carnephelia stiffened, then quickly smiled. "Oh, everything is delicious. And I've started to eat more than I did before." Arelletina patted her gently on the head. "Good for you. You need to eat to gain energy. During tea time today, I plan on asking His Majesty to hire a private tutor for you." Carnephelia blinked. "Pardon?" "You are wise and clever. I'm sure you'll be able to maximize your potential through a tutor," Arelletina explained. "You were given permission to enter the royal library, so it may be the perfect opportunity to ask. What do you say? A chance at higher education." Carnephelia's heart skipped. "I couldn't dare ask for a tutor in my previous life." Arelletina chuckled. "Feel free to speak your mind. I am your moon. This is the least I can do for you." "My moon and my guardian." Carnephelia's eyes softened. "Thank you." Arelletina smiled. "Are you finished? Shall we go have tea now?" Carnephelia nodded. "That sounds wonderful." Later, seated in the presence of the Emperor, Carnephelia spoke clearly. "A tutor. I wish to learn the disciplines of kingship. That is something I cannot learn on my own." The Emperor laughed, loud and mocking. "Ha! Ha ha! Be honest with me. Do you really believe you can ascend the throne? What makes you think you'll be able to oust Ianfried and succeed me as the next emperor? You don't even have a blessing." Carnephelia, undeterred, answered gently, "The Hellsdante blood runs through my veins. It's not entirely impossible. I can see the near future, Your Majesty." She continued, "When my nanny fed me poison cake, I was on the cusp of death. But here I am, alive and well. That's because I envisioned what would happen in my dreams." The Emperor paused. That's interesting. But you have nothing to prove it." "Of course I can prove it," Carnephelia replied, her smile growing. "I had another dream last night. I dreamed of a silver-haired lass being rewarded by Your Majesty. And when the girl left the castle, a young boy was holding her hand. He was younger than I, with golden hair." She closed her eyes briefly. "That's all I remember. But I'm sure he had golden hair, a symbol of the royal family. Maybe I saw wrong." She knows what will happen, the Emperor thought, unease creeping into his mind. Even if she had spies in my palace, she wouldn't be able to know all the details. Maybe her blessing is the ability to foresee the future. Carnephelia tilted her head. "Your Majesty, will you reward me too, if my dreams prove to be of help to you?" Such insolence. The Emperor gritted his teeth. "If you can convince me that your abilities are real, then yes, I might give you a reward." "In that case," Carnephelia said with a glint in her eye, "could you give me the Platinum Palace?" The Emperor slammed his fist on the table. "Your arrogance has no bounds. I'm done here." As he stood and stormed off, he muttered, "Sincerely hope what you foresee is worthy of the Platinum Palace." But before he left entirely, he added coldly, "I'll put together a group of scholars to tutor the second princess." Arelletina bowed slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I've done the base work. Carnephelia thought as she watched him leave. Now all that is left is for my final pawn to make their move. The next morning, a carriage arrived at the castle gates. As it came to a halt, Marquis Entiad stepped out, grimacing at the familiar surroundings. I can't believe I'm back here of my own volition, he muttered. Back into this hellhole. I can't believe I'm back here of my own volition, the Marquis muttered, stepping down from the carriage. The sky had darkened with his arrival. The sky has darkened upon my arrival. It is proof that the palace is an ominous place. A servant greeted him with a bow. Welcome, Marquis Entiad. His Majesty has been waiting for you. The Marquis followed silently, each step echoing against the polished stone. The Emperor sat comfortably with a wine glass in hand, a thin smile on his face. Welcome. Marquis Entiad offered a formal greeting. Greetings to the eternal son of our empire. You may have a seat, the Emperor said, gesturing with royal ease. Yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor took a sip from his glass. It must be coming back to you. He paused, swirling the wine before drinking. Ahem. It just doesn't taste the same. The bouquet has changed, too. The Marquis tilted his head. Are you referring to the scent of the wine? Or are you referring to blood of the deceased? The Emperor chuckled. It seems you still harbor hard feelings toward me. You were once my most trustworthy advisor. I suppose you've changed too, like this wine. He thought bitterly, turned his back on me after the death of his son. It was the same with arelletina. How could they choose their dead children over me? But I need him right now, so I must treat him with respect. The Emperor smiled. Regardless, my feelings for you haven't changed, dear friend. You came to me first. Does this mean you finally changed your mind? Marquis Entiad held his glass tightly. The reason why I requested to see you, Your Majesty, is to give you one final piece of advice. Final. Release Lady Spenbach and send her back to the dukedom, Your Majesty. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. I heard you were a recluse, hiding away in your estate. Yet you're up to date on the latest gossip. Where did you hear about the Spenbach girl? Lady Spenbach is only 15 years old, the Marquis said evenly. She will likely request a tax cut for the dukedom. Take the high road by rewarding her for finding the third prince. And send her home. The public will view you in a positive light. The Marquis narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that? Are you close with the Spenbachs? And what's in it for me, Your Majesty? I say this as your former confidant and advisor. I heard some knights ransacked the home of a marquis. The Emperor nodded. Yes, you must be referring to. Then you must have heard that they said they were under official orders. Official orders? Yes. They said they were acting upon the orders of the son of Hellsdante, the Marquis said, his voice cold. No one can refuse the knights working under your orders. But we both know they weren't dispatched by you, Your Majesty. As you may already know, the nobles supporting the second prince no longer follow you. They say they serve you, but we both know the truth. His eyes darkened. They wish to kill off a potential threat to the second prince. They serve the second prince and only he. Are you here to mock me under the pretense of advising me? The Emperor asked bitterly. Your so-called advice, the Emperor leaned back. I must hear the rest. Do carry on. Firstly, the Marquis began slowly, you must break up the supporters of the second prince, Your Majesty. The dukedom of Spenbach is the only noble with enough clout to go against the second prince. And that is why you must reward Lady Spenbach to show the world that you have a good relationship with the dukedom. If you do, the second prince and his followers will keep a close eye on your ties with the dukedom. And the less powerful nobles in their faction will start to get second thoughts. Afterward, you should introduce the second princess to the dukedom. When you do, you will not only be able to weaken the power of the nobles, but shake up the supporters of the second prince. Why is he bringing up the second princess? The Emperor thought. The Marquis being here, giving me advice. Did she map this out too? It's highly possible if she was really blessed with the power to see the future. Even still. That is a difficult proposal to accept, the Emperor said aloud. I need a good reason to bring the second princess into this. Who would follow a cursed princess with no blessing to speak of? He frowned. Most would place their bet on the bastard child the Spenbachs have found, but he is still of tender age. It's not a bad idea, but impossible to carry out. I see, the Marquis said with a hint of challenge. She really must be cursed if she is unable to make use of the current situation. But then, she has no supporters to speak of. Then how about this, Your Majesty? What if the second princess were to get engaged to my son? 2 days had passed since Marquis Entiad paid a visit to His Majesty. And as a reward for finding the third prince of Hellsdante, the Spenbach dukedom was officially rewarded. The dukedom of Spenbach saw a 20% cut in taxes paid to the empire, and the emperor's popularity grew within the Spenbach dukedom. And not only that, the third prince was a bastard, but still of royal blood. Thus, Zerzhin was officially acknowledged as the third prince of Hellsdante. Quite a few nobles were unhappy with the news, but most kept quiet, knowing the second prince was seething in silence. Ianfried clenched his jaw as he thought, the bastard will recuperate in the Spenbach dukedom for the next 5 years? I have no idea who thought it up, he chuckled darkly. I must have underestimated you, my lady. Lady Pretta smiled confidently. I am my father's daughter after all, Your Highness. Ianfried raised an eyebrow. Didn't he tell you not to bite off more than you can chew? There seems to be a misunderstanding, Your Highness, Lady Pretta said, calm and composed. It's not the dukedom you should keep an eye on, but the royal palace. You must still have a lot to learn from His Majesty. She gave a light bow and smiled. Haha, I'll be taking my leave now. Shall we, Your Highness? Ianfried scowled inwardly. What an idiot, Carnephelia, my half-sister. Ever since you started acting up, things started to get out of control. Do you really wish to go against me? A lowly bastard like you? Across the capital, people shouted in the streets, All hail His Majesty. He has punished the Spenbach traitors. All hail His Majesty. All hail the second prince. But Carnephelia was unmoved. Things have changed drastically from my previous life. There will be no civil war between Hellsdante and the Spenbach dukedom, and the blood of the innocent will no longer be shed. And there will be a future where you no longer exist, Ianfried. Outside the castle gates, Lady Pretta and Zerzhin stood in front of the royal carriage. Zerzhin turned, his eyes wide as he looked at the emperor. He jolted, eek. I, Zerzhin, Hellsdante. I, Zerzhin Hellsdante, the third prince of Hellsdante, swear to return safely, Your Majesty. At that moment, despite his lowly background, the third prince was able to leave an impact on the nobles. Not only that, Carnephelia was notified about her upcoming engagement. Holding the notice in her trembling hands, she asked pardon. I'm sure it came as a surprise to Her Majesty the second princess, Marquis Entiad said with a knowing smirk. The emperor chuckled. Yes, but surely she knows the importance of the Entiad family in Hellsdante. The future Marquis of Entiad will make a great husband, Carnephelia. Of course, you're both young, so the formal engagement will take place when you become 15. Carnephelia stood still, her thoughts churning. He was always like this. Would sell off all his children for his personal benefit. No, I shouldn't think too deep into this. This is a great proposal. It's just that, no, I shouldn't dream about helis anymore. In return for the engagement, the Entiad family would give up their gold mine to the royal family. The gold mine was rewarded to the Entiads when they led the empire to victory during wartime. He really must want to cut off all ties with the Hellsdante family. But there was a catch. Only the Entiad family could call off the engagement. I see. Marquis Entiad hopes to break off the engagement. When we are ready to get revenge, he will call the wedding off. Everyone stands to gain something from this marriage contract. It's a small step toward achieving the endgame. The Marquis prepared this, to show that he is willing to cooperate. Marquis Entiad studied her face quietly. She is a mere child, and cannot possibly be in love with anybody. So there is no reason for her to turn down this marriage proposal. So why does she look so miserable? What of it? I've come too far to get caught up in my emotions. We now have the foundation to go against the second prince. Seize the opportunity, second princess. Use what you have to achieve what you want. I'll willingly play my part. but you must keep your promise to me." Back in Carnephelia's room, Arelletina looked at her gently. "Carnephelia? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. What were you saying again, Your Majesty?" Arelletina smiled softly. "Oh, the Marquis of Chenaston will be paying me a visit tomorrow, and I was wondering if you'd like to join us. Of course, it's not mandatory." Carnephelia's heart raced. The Marquis of Chenaston, that is Her Highness's family. She said she would introduce me to her family. I didn't know the day would come so soon. She took a breath. "Carnephelia, you have no time for regrets. You need to focus on the present. And you need to take the next step toward your goal." She looked up with determination. I'd love to meet them, Your Majesty. My first meeting with the Marquis of Chenaston was even worse than I could ever have imagined. He ignored me, a possible heir to the throne, as if I didn't exist. And he didn't hesitate to mock me at any given opportunity. "Raven hair and violet eyes? There's no proof that you are of royal descent," the Marquis scoffed coldly. "The Chenaston family does not wish to break the peace, so let us merely enjoy our tea today." He lost 2 grandchildren, and his daughter was stripped of her title as the Empress of Hellsdante. Does he really believe things are peaceful? Carnephelia smiled politely, yet her words were sharp. "I can see why you became the head of the distinguished Chenaston family. There is so much to learn from your words. But if I may, there's something I'd like to inform you of." She looked him straight in the eyes. "The peace you just mentioned won't last very long, Marquis. I'm sure I'll be seeing you soon." Arelletina watched in silence and thought, maybe it wasn't the best idea to introduce Father to Carnephelia. Like myself, I thought Father would have had a change of heart. But Carnephelia merely whispered, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your father has every reason to drag his feet. The Chenaston family escaped death by the skin of their teeth. He would be reluctant to get on the second prince's bad side. However, I have a feeling I'll meet your father again, thanks to you." Arelletina blinked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Carnephelia replied gently, "I would like to ask for some land, Your Majesty." Later, standing before the Emperor, he stared at her in disbelief. "You came all the way here to randomly ask me for land?" Carnephelia chuckled. "You said you would reward me every time I achieved a goal, by making sure the Empress isn't blamed for my poisoning. Evelyn Vett was punished or sacrificed, rather, as a political scapegoat. She was imprisoned and her tongue was sliced off. The palace leaked the news to the papers." The Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Yes, you managed to salvage the reputation of the royal family. But I didn't expect you to ask for land. What are you up to now?" "I'd prefer a place on the eastern part of Hellsdante," Carnephelia answered calmly. "The east, you say?" The Emperor's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Huh, are you trying to forge ties with the Marquis of Chenaston?" "Something like that," Carnephelia answered. "But the Marquis isn't my main target today." Her voice softened. "Charade, when will you ever learn? You have a terrible weakness." "That is not the reason," she said. "I want to gift the land to Her Majesty Arelletina." The Emperor slammed his fist down. "Yet again. You dare try to take advantage of Arelletina for your personal gain. Charade, you don't know a thing about love. You say you love, but have no idea how to love someone. You crave affection, but do not know how to be loved. You will never know how Her Majesty Arelletina truly feels about you." But Carnephelia simply beamed. "I know it will make her very happy. Her Highness has lost her personal palace. She has no friends, no jewelry, no frocks. If she were to have her own land, it would give her something to look forward to. Don't forget that you're the one who took it all away. And I know I'm not the only one who wants to put a smile on her face. You wish to make her happy too, don't you?" Not only that, she thought, after Marquis Zentiad's visit, Charade visibly raised his guard against Ianvride. Marquis Zentiad kicked off a chain reaction. "I know you're irritated because Chenaston went scurrying over to see Ianvride. You don't wish to lose Arelletina due to her father's connections with the second prince." "I wish to please my moon, Her Majesty Arelletina," Carnephelia continued softly. "I want to see her face light up with joy." The Emperor finally relented. "Chamberlain, go fetch Marquis Chenaston from the second prince's quarters. Tell him it is urgent business." Marquis Chinaston entered a short while later, bowing. Your Majesty, I heard you called for me. Carnephelia stood up gracefully. Like I said earlier, Marquis, our paths have crossed again. The Emperor looked at the Marquis. I wish to reward the second princess for her filial piety. And I wanted to hear your opinion as my father-in-law. The second princess genuinely cares about your daughter, Marquis. The Marquis sighed, then waved a hand. Fetch me a map. I shall allow you to choose the land yourself, Carnephelia. He unrolled the map and pointed across the open lands. A land that is open on all four sides, a land that has soil rich enough to nurture a flower garden, but also has enough steel and stone for potential growth. A land where Her Majesty could construct a villa for her personal use. Carnephelia studied the map carefully and pointed, Here. I think this will do, Your Majesty. Carnard? But it is in the middle of nowhere, someone muttered. That land, the Marquis began. This land, Carnephelia interrupted, is close to both the capital and the Chinaston estate. It will be convenient for Her Majesty to visit her family from here. The Emperor let out a low laugh. Did you take that into consideration when you chose it? How clever of you, Carnephelia. Marquis, we will prepare the documents. All you need to do is sign. Bring me my seal. I will grant a reward to the second princess. The Marquis thought in disbelief that witch. How did she convince His Majesty to make such a decision? What is she up to? Suddenly, the Chamberlain rushed into the hall. Your Highness. Carnephelia turned, startled. Royal Chamberlain? Why are you in such a hurry? The Marquis murmured under his breath. His Highness the Second Prince has formally invited you to dinner. Carnephelia always thought most royals vying for the throne were blatantly hostile toward one another. But the Second Prince, he not only sent gifts, but made sure Nanny was punished. Maybe he's not so bad after all. So today's invitation. Trua, excited, asked, Wouldn't it be lovely if you became close with His Highness, the Second Prince? Carnephelia was startled. What? You have it all wrong, Trua. But then she thought to herself, oh, I see why she sees it that way. Ianfried does look pretty considerate from afar. Trua quickly apologized, flustered. Oh, my apologies, Your Highness. Carnephelia gently replied, There's no need to apologize. Most people don't see him for who he is. The truth is, my brother Ianfried will end your life before you realize that he's out to get you. Ianfried greeted her with a smirk. Welcome. Thank you for the invitation, Your Highness, Carnephelia responded politely. He chuckled. You prefer a quiet meal, yes? Your servant girl can wait in the sitting room until we are finished. Sister, you can follow me. How are you feeling? Any side effects? I'm good, she replied calmly. Ianfried smiled. You sure are lucky, little sister. Despite what you went through, you escaped unscathed. And your hands and feet are still intact. Carnephelia's thoughts darkened. Why, that bastard. Did you say I was lucky? She asked, confused. I'd say my nanny was incompetent for being unable to control a gullible child. Ianfried let out a low chuckle. Haha, you're rather clever, Carnephelia. You catch on quickly, don't overstep yourself, and we get each other. I'm sure that is why father is showing such interest in you. I've prepared a meal for you. It's this way. I told my staff to take extra care with the food, with this being our first dinner together and all. I hope it is to your liking. Carnephelia cut a piece and ate it. Father was always interested in young, feral animals, Ianfried continued. He loves to see them rush toward their prey, with no heed to the danger that surrounds them. Carnephelia asked gently, What is it you wish to tell me? I want you to retreat quietly into the Ruby Palace, he replied. You see, I don't want to punish you for lusting after the Platinum Palace. I refuse, Carnephelia said firmly. Is that so? She heard him say with amusement. He chuckled. Well, I guess I have no choice then. A servant rolled in the dessert trolley. Carnephelia noticed it immediately, the color and scent. It is a chilled dessert, Ianfried said smoothly. Do enjoy. And then, something clicked in her memory. I had this before, in my previous life. You haven't changed one bit, Ianfried. Ianfried smirked. This is my palace, and those who enter cannot leave without my permission. So why aren't you afraid? How can you look so carefree, even when you're within my castle? Strange indeed. You're not only clever, but luckier than I thought. It irritates me, but I still wish you alive. Carnephelia looked at him coldly. I don't need the platinum castle. I just don't want to stay in the ruby castle. Why would I lust for something His Majesty has not bestowed upon me? Ianfried burst into laughter. The truth is, I do so like you, Carnephelia. Anyways, was the food to your liking? You don't look very good, little sister. Carnephelia's eyes narrowed. Your Highness, I'm afraid that I'll have to take my leave now. Of course, dear sister, he replied, almost too sweetly. We should get together for dinner more often. She began thinking, where is the exit? Take care, Ianfried said casually. But Carnephelia felt it. It hurts. It feels as if someone is pouring lava down my throat. I can't pass out here. I must return to my palace, or go to the palace of Her Majesty Arelletina. I'm going to fall. Her body gave out, collapsing right into Trua's lap. Your Highness, Trua shouted in panic. Are you all right? You seem to have a fever. Carnephelia's vision blurred. Is that you, Trua? And then, with a flood of relief, she thought, thank goodness, she's my people. Your Highness? Your Highness, Trua's worried voice echoed in her ears. It was the same ruse. Yet I fell for it again. His eyes and ears were all over the place. No matter where I went. I ate what he dished out and dealt with the spies he planted in my world. I genuinely believed that he was looking out for me. But I'm not that girl anymore. I turned down what was given, won similar rights from His Majesty, and threatened you and your supporters. One small mistake, and I may fall into peril again. But I know I'll use this experience as a stepping stone. Things are different now. Ianfried didn't give me the time of day in my previous life. But now he's resorting to poison because he feels threatened. It must have been a warning, as I was able to shake off the poison within a day. But it won't end with a warning if I continue to get on his nerves. Am I scaring you, Ianfried? Your Highness, Trua gasped. You're awake. There is a letter for you from Carnard. The letter read, Your Highness, we hope this letter finds you well. Apologies for the belated letter. We wanted to make sure that it would not fall into the wrong hands. We had our moments, but traveled safely through the Sheneston estate. And by the time this letter reaches you, we would have reached Carnard. For your request, we shall start a new life in Carnard. And we will continue to pray for your safety, Your Highness. Holding the letter, Carnephelia asked Trua, Did the delivery to Natalie go well? Are you referring to the letter? Yes, LL delivered it herself, Trua replied. Good, Carnephelia nodded. Don't overwork yourself, Your Highness. You still need rest, Trua said gently. A knock at the door broke the calm. The Emperor entered. Carnephelia greeted him, Oh. Greetings to the sun. That's enough, the Emperor barked. Poisoned yet again. You were acting as if you knew everything, but it's always the same. Where did this so-called blessing of yours go? Carnephelia let out a soft chuckle. I guess that was my limit, Your Majesty. You dared try to fool me, he snapped. No, she replied calmly. I'm saying I have yet to tap into my true potential. I need some time to hone my skills in private. Will you allow me to stay in the royal villa? From here on forward, I shall live in the shadows. The second princess seemed to give the second prince a run for his money, but she quickly fell ill and disappeared out of sight. The nobles kept an eye out to see which castle would be bestowed upon her, but she was given Her Highness Arelletina's old royal villa. And Ianfried's supporters soon lost interest in Carnephelia. The second princess was hardly a match for the second prince. Rumors swirled. A cursed princess with raven black hair. A royal in name only. She became a name in memory only. 7 years passed. With the second princess out of the picture, the second prince emerged as the sole contender for the throne. After a lavish coming-of-age ceremony, Ianfried made the preparations needed to ascend the throne. Marquis Gordonshall and his followers supported Ianfried with their blood money. And when a huge rainstorm fell upon Helseldant, Ianfried came up with emergency countermeasures to deal with the rain damage. His plan to provide financial support resonated with the citizens of Helseldant. But when Ianfried's popularity knew no bounds and his supporters were breathing a sigh of relief, a letter landed at his feet. He read it silently. Second Prince's rescue plan is all flash, no content. The nobles continue on with their lavish parties, while the poor suffer from the flood. Neglected slave found dead by drowning. Multiple deaths a day. 3 articles were released among the lower class. Ianfried's supporters scrambled to do damage control. However, they were unable to prevent more anonymous articles from being published. And little by little, people started to view Ianfried in a negative light, dimming his chances to ascend the throne. But the biggest blow came on the day of his 22nd birthday celebration. The ugly side of His Highness II. Ianfried folded the paper in his hands. Not this again. Is this the work of Mariwan again? Every time Ianfried believed he had secured the title of Crown Prince, an anonymous source would release information that put him in a bad light. He chuckled bitterly. Don't tell me you have yet to figure out their true identity, Marquis. The Marquis hesitated. The thing is, their identity remained unknown. A person shrouded in mystery. The only known fact about this anonymous source was that the people referred to them as Mariwan. Mariwan didn't hesitate to reveal the ugly truths of the royal family, and their popularity rose to the same height as that of Ianfried. Ianfried clenched his fists. Who the hell are you? He shouted, I want you to find this bastard right this minute. I shall deal with them myself. Did you hear? One maid whispered. About what? Another asked. Young Master Ryan is coming home. What? Are you sure? Gasped the other. We're in for a real treat. I'm sure he's become even more handsome. As the carriage rolled in, the servants eagerly gathered. Welcome back, young master, they cheered. Questions bubbled up. How is the academy? Was everything all right? How is your health, my lord? Ryan Zentiad, the 3rd son of Marquis Zentiad, chuckled with his usual charm. My health? Excellent, as always. It's good to see you all again. A maid, eyes glistening with emotion, added, We always miss you when you're away, young master. Without hesitation, Ryan asked, Anyways, how's she doing? The servant hesitated. Are you referring to my fiancé? He clarified. Well, the thing is, the maid started. What is it? Ryan asked, his tone sharpening. It's been 7 years since Her Highness the Second Princess first came to our estate, she explained. And what of it? Ryan asked again. It seems she's still not comfortable with us. She doesn't ask for anything, but merely stays holed up in her rooms. A princess that doesn't give orders or rely on the servants, Ryan mused. Well, isn't that easier for you? It is, however, there are rumors circulating among the staff, the maid admitted. Rumors? Ryan inquired. Her Highness frequently leaves her room in the middle of the night, and on those nights, the staff have heard strange noises coming from the basement. I see, Ryan replied thoughtfully. Is she having trouble adjusting, or does she have no intention of doing so? He wondered silently. Then he said, Why don't I go pay a visit to Her Highness myself? It will be the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. Pardon? The maid blinked in surprise. Another servant stammered, You wish to pay her a visit? Ryan beamed. Why do you look so shocked? I'm merely going to see my fiancé. So, where is Her Highness right now? Inside, a young lady with soft pink hair spoke gently. Your Highness, are you sure you want the frock in this color? Carnephelia nodded. Yes, this will do. But you'll be making your grand debut into high society, the lady said hesitantly. Wouldn't you prefer something lighter and brighter? The dress would be too plain, even if we added frills and lace. Shall I sew in some gems? Carnephelia glanced at another dress. What about that one then? The pink-haired lady's thoughts whirled. That's not a ball gown, it's a daily frock. I can't dress her in this dreary frock. The reputation of our boutique is at stake. I thought you brought it out for me to wear, Carnephelia said flatly. Yes, but this isn't the sort of frock one wears to a debutante ball, the lady tried to explain. Just then, Ryan stepped in with a warm smile. You look lovely no matter what you wear, Your Highness, he bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ryan Zentiad, successor to the Marquis of Zentiad. Greetings. I am Carnephelia Helseldant, the second princess of Helseldant, she replied, her tone composed. I'll go alter the frocks you've chosen, Your Highness, the pink-haired lady said quickly, excusing herself. Carnephelia turned to Ryan. Did you come alone? There are eyes, and we have no chaperone. I wanted to introduce myself to you in person, as I've been away at the academy, he said. Yes, we've been corresponding through letters until now, Carnephelia acknowledged. She's nothing like what I imagined, Ryan thought. She's more petite and lovely. But Carnephelia's voice cut through his thoughts. Knowing how busy you are at the academy, I was surprised to hear of your recent actions. I have no idea what you're referring to, Ryan chuckled nervously. You implied that the Marquis had connections with Marianne. You shouldn't have, she said calmly. She's drawing a line between us, Ryan realized. I did it for you, Your Highness. Our family knew what we were getting into when we decided to go against the second prince. It's a risk we're willing to take. I'm ready to succeed my father as the next Marquis of Zentiad. I promise to do my best to support you, Your Highness. Is she scoping me out? He wondered. She looks as if she knows it all. I wonder what she's afraid of. I've told her explicitly that I'll be her #1 supporter. Yet, she maintains her distance and doesn't ask anything of me. Are we on the same side, Your Highness? Carnephelia chuckled softly. You're easy to read, my lord. I know what you're worried about, but I don't want you to get involved. I'm sure your father feels the same way. Well, this is enough talk for now. It's time we return to the estate. I shall leave first, as we have yet to announce our engagement. I'll follow in a bit, Your Highness, Ryan said, smiling politely. I didn't think it'd be this difficult to get to know her, he thought. If I may ask you a question, Your Highness, he said aloud. Go ahead. Is there someone you hold dear to your heart? No, there isn't. I'm glad to hear that, Your Highness. I'll meet you at the debutante ball. I've been practicing my waltz, he smiled. I look forward to it, Carnephelia replied with a small chuckle. The debutante ball is important to me. Well then, I'll see you at the estate, my lord. She shut the door and left. I can't believe I asked her if she had someone she held dear to her heart, he murmured to himself. How transparent of me. 7 days remained until Carnephelia's debutante ball. In the Marquis's study, tension filled the air. Have you yet to find them? He snapped. A man nearby hesitated. Well, we've been searching high and low, but have not been able to find them. The Marquis slammed his fist down. Is that how you're going to report your findings to His Highness? The man pleaded, we were short-handed as we had to send assistance for the flooding victims. If you give me some more time, but the Marquis wasn't having it. Initially, you used the construction of new housing complexes as an excuse. Then you said you had to focus on appeasing disgruntled knights, and now it's the flood victims. Aren't you tired of coming up with new excuses? He gritted his teeth. Damnation, he thought. Where did it all go wrong? His Highness Eanfried had no competitor. So why did it feel like he was walking toward a bottomless cliff? Yes, it had started with Her Highness Arelletina. She was using piety as a weapon to win the hearts of the commoners. As a warning, they had arranged for His Majesty to take in a new concubine. But soon after, the Spenbach dukedom brought up the issue of drugs spreading across the empire. We sell drugs to provide funds for His Highness. Arelletina had stepped forward boldly. Your Majesty, I implore you to look out for the children of Helseldante, regardless of their social status. The neighboring countries will surely revere you for your compassion. Lady Pretta added firmly, Your Majesty, we must take action against drug dealers selling illegal drugs to the public. Eanfried stepped in with fake assurance. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will take care of this matter. There's no need to bring the Spenbach dukedom into this, when we can solve it ourselves. Lady Pretta, though smiling on the surface, seethed inside. That bastard. How dare he cut down the dukedom in front of my face? The Emperor exploded. Huh. You're the one who's all talk and no action, Eanfried. You can't even prevent this trash from being published by the papers, his voice boomed. The Spenbach dukedom has my permission to investigate illegal drug dealers. And that is that. Understood, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Dargent said, but it wasn't the end. He didn't know how the Marquis had found out, but he began putting pressure on his money-lending business. Why he handed out his personal riches to help the poor is beyond me. At this rate, if Dargent decides to bring up my lending business to His Majesty. Yet the Marquis clung to one thing. Even still, the second prince has the highest chance of ascending the throne. It may take time, but we can tackle the obstacles one at a time. Once we get over the initial hurdle, the public will soon settle down. Things are still on our side. Neither Gordonshall, Ianfried, nor his supporters had any idea that this was merely the beginning. An unprecedented flood had struck Hellsdante. The victims were mostly slaves and lower-class citizens who lost their homes and everything they owned. The nobles, instead of showing noblesse oblige, scrambled to protect their own assets. And as unrest spread, someone unexpected emerged, Mariwan. The price of medical herbs you usually buy will increase drastically. Prepare in advance, someone whispered. Your enemies are scheming against your merchant group. Go and protect yourself. In return for such valuable warnings, Mariwan received commercial goods from merchants and distributed them among the poor. In doing so, she gained their trust and their support. Once the nobles realized what was happening, they scrambled to provide rescue packages for the poor. Headlines shouted, "Exclusive! The government will offer a rescue package for the flooding victims." But the people were skeptical. Why no? They turned their backs when we needed them. What are they up to? What if they take it away again? No matter what the nobles tried, it wasn't enough to appease the angry lower class. From what I heard, Mariwan, a man began, only to be interrupted by the Marquis's frustrated outburst. Mariwan, Mariwan, Mariwan. The man continued, "Yes, it almost seems as if they knew a great flood was coming." The Marquis froze. How is that possible? Something didn't add up. Mariwan and the journalist Natalie seemed to be working against the nobles. It is really quite strange. Meanwhile, Natalie smirked. The ugly side of His Highness the Second Prince. What is he trying to hide, and why was he oblivious to the great flood that swept the empire? I'm sure you're all dying of curiosity. The Marquis paced, panicking. I don't know how I'm going to report this to His Highness. A man stepped in with a suggestion. How about this? I heard this from the slaves. What is it? The Marquis asked. Rumor has it that Mariwan will be attending the next slave auction. We can capture them and present them to His Highness the Second Prince. In the palace bath, Carnephelia sat in luxury while Trua combed her hair. By the way, Your Highness, Trua asked, do you really think His Highness the Second Prince will go to the slave auction? He may just send his guards. Carnephelia chuckled. Oh, we just need to throw him some bait. Mark my words. Ianfried will show his face at the upcoming slave auction. But Trua had her doubts. His second prince has never failed to show up at recent family events, and the debutante ball happens to take place on the same night as the slave auction. Carnephelia's eyes narrowed. If my calculations are correct, Ianfried is at his tipping point right now. For him, finding Mariwan is a bigger priority than appeasing His Majesty. If you stir the water, little by little, if he doesn't find Mariwan soon, you can turn a small wave into a tsunami. The public will turn against Ianfried like a tidal wave. I'm still worried, Your Highness, Trua confessed. Even if the second prince were absent, something bad could happen during the debutante ball. Carnephelia chuckled softly. Something bad, what could possibly happen? But inside, she was calm and certain. Even if something did occur, I'll make sure everything is under my control. Don't fret, Trua, she said aloud. There's nothing we can't overcome, as long as we get Ianfried out of the way. At this time, Carnephelia could never imagine what was waiting for her at the debutante ball. Empress Dicella smirked as she called everyone in, announcing that the purpose of the gathering was to discuss the upcoming debutante ball. We are in the middle of tumultuous times, so we must take extra care with this year's ball, she said firmly. The Lady Kotlef, the second concubine of Hellsdante, arched an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, Do you wish to scale back the size of the ball this year? Dicella shook her head. No, I want it to be even more lavish than before. We must show the world that the royal family stands tall and strong. Arelletina, ever practical, spoke up. But we must think of the royal budget. I wanted to see how much we three could pay out of our own pockets. The Lidiac shouted. What do you mean? Arelletina calmly replied, shall add whatever I can. I also believe debutante balls should be lavish. The Lidiac thought to herself, huh? Why is she agreeing with the empress? I wanted them to argue so I could make myself stand out. I must send word to father. I need to stand out at the debutante ball. She resolved that she, Dicella, would oversee the debutante ball this season. The debutante ball will be exquisitely lavish. I expect all nobles to come dressed accordingly. After Dicella announced her intention to attend the ball, everyone in high society scrambled to prepare for the grand event. Dicella complained about her frock, declaring, this won't do. I need a dress that will stand out. Jewels. I need to purchase something new. This is so last season. Clothes and jewelry flew off the shelves, and some nobles, struggling with the economic recession, resorted to loan sharks to secure their appearance. Everyone wanted to be in the good graces of His Majesty and the second prince. Trua stood by the window, observing the chaos. We've yet to distribute financial aid for the flood victims, but high society seems more focused on the debutante ball. I know this is part of your plan, but it still feels bittersweet. Carnephelia smiled. I couldn't have done this without Her Majesty Arelletina. I'm sure Her Highness Belediac tried to prevent this from happening. We just need to focus on our role. Tan, I'm sure you're tired of running petty errands. Are you ready for a real job? I hear a slave auction will soon take place. Tan shouted in surprise. What did you just say, Your Highness? Carnephelia chuckled lightly. I said, slave auction. It will be a big one, from what I've heard. If they wrap it up successfully, it will pave the way for many more. In times of economic turmoil, chances are high that the poor will end up as slaves. That's more like it. I let the second prince know that Mariwan will be at the auction. But I have to attend the debutante ball, so why don't you go as Mariwan in my place? Tan hesitated, shocked. Would you have me behead the host of the auction? Carnephelia shook her head. Oh, that's too easy. Mariwan always takes the right road, even if it is a difficult one. Do you know why the frog in the well knows nothing of the sea? That's because the well is the world for the frog. It meets its death in the well, oblivious of the ocean outside. I want you to show them all how frivolous their little well is. I want you to triumph over them without getting blood on your hands. Tan knelt and declared solemnly, I, Tan Karpf, swear upon my soul master, Her Highness Carnephelia Hellsdante. I promise to share your joy and pain. Should I ever betray you, my name will forever be tainted by the betrayal. Carnephelia chuckled warmly. How touching. You're getting better with the flowery expressions. Tan protested, please don't make fun of me, Your Highness. That was the best I could possibly make toward anyone, Your Highness. So, tell me of your plans. The debutante ball took place on a stormy spring night, and it was as lavish as the empress had proclaimed. It was an extravagant affair, no matter how one looked at it. Rumors murmured in awe, oh my. It's amazing. You can see that Her Majesty put a lot of effort into this ball. Welcome. Greetings to Your Highness. Your beauty knows no bounds. The Lidiac smiled and said, I hope you all have a wonderful time tonight. His Majesty graciously allowed us to use this banquet hall this evening. Someone whispered, Your Highness, we can see how much His Majesty adores you. The Lidiac chuckled, oh, could you tell? But in her thoughts, she stewed. This is a debutante ball, but it's the perfect opportunity for me to show the world that I have more clout than the empress. Shouts filled the hall. All hail the moon of the Hellsdante Empire. All hail the third princess of Hellsdante. Dicella chuckled softly. I hope you all have a lovely evening. Oh, you're rather early. I assume it didn't take long to get ready, judging from your simple frock. I should have allocated some of my budget for you. The Lidiac bowed, saying, my budget was more than suffice, Your Majesty, though in her thoughts she seethed, that beat ch. Where in the world did she get her hands on such a fancy dress? She and the third princess are wearing matching frocks. It definitely garners attention. Asterisk. Renabella stepped forward shyly. Mother, may I join the other young ladies? Dicella smiled, of course. In her mind, she assessed Validiake. Lilial, I see right through you, Validiake. You can scheme all you want, but the belle of tonight's ball is Renabella and I. No one will make a bigger impression tonight than we. All hail the second princess of Hellsdante. Dicella thought, the second princess is here tonight. I thought we had put her in her place. How dare she show herself tonight? Suddenly, the crowd erupted. All hail the son of the empire. Dicella's eyes narrowed. What is going on here? Why are they making a grand entrance, together? The emperor's voice rang through the hall. I thought it fitting to escort my daughter Carnephelia to her first debutante ball. After all, she also has the right to ascend the throne. Why does everyone look so shocked? Look at all of you, prancing around like peacocks, while the empire is still reeling from the flood. Dicella's thoughts churned. Huh? Kirade, you gave me permission to host a lavish ball tonight. So why are you mocking me in front of everybody? The emperor continued, in case you don't understand why I allowed the empress to hold the ball here. A debutante ball is where the young nobles gather to socialize. You must be an example to the lower classes. Yet here you are, robed in silks and dripping with jewels. Carnephelia observed silently, thinking, it seems everyone is here tonight, so it's time to get the ball rolling. At that very moment, outside the banquet hall, Lady Pretta called out, oh, the pavement is still wet. Be careful stepping off the carriage. We mustn't get our clothes wet. Helis, this story is only just beginning. If you've been captivated by it, make sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you don't miss what happens next. More secrets, betrayals, and twists await. Until then, stay curious.